This year's premier speed chess event has delivered. For 8 years, only 2 players have ever claimed the speed chess championship.
Oh, he mouse slipped! He mouse slipped! Oh,
47,
and it's the match!
This time around, 8 remain, fighting for a chance at the coveted title. Each of them has one match between them and a ticket to Paris for our first ever live finals. Through 3 blistering time controls, only the strongest
He mouse slipped!
and the quickest
Oh my god, he lost no time!
will survive.
Amazing game.
Don't blink.
Oh, but they drew!
Remember to breathe.
Oh, you want to make? Oh!
Quarterfinals of the 2024 Speed Chess Championship begin right now.
Hello everyone, it is quarterfinal day here at the Speed Chess Championship. I'm your host for the day, David Howell, and I'm joined by the magnificent Daniel Naroditsky. Dania, are you as excited as I am to see the quarterfinals today?
Well, David, welcome. I think it's your first ever Speed Chess Championship match. You have been missed, and it really is an honor to be here. I am certainly just as excited for what is going to be a match that I am sure will captivate the entire chess world and anyone who's watching, no matter who you're a fan of, for the next couple of hours. I can't wait.
You're right, Dania. It is a huge match today. It is Wesley So against Hans Niemann. But let's go check out the bracket to see what the players are playing for and to see their road to this stage in the event. And we're looking at the left side of the bracket right now, Dania. It's all been extremely close. Maybe other than Magnus Carlsen's win over Min Lei in the round of 16. But Hans Niemann and Wesley So were pushed to the wire by their opponents, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Denis Lazovic, respectively. And that leads us to today with a spot in the semi-finals in Paris on the line. This is the other side of the bracket. You were covering Firouzja against Caruana yesterday. Fast and furious stuff.
That was just such an impressive performance by Alireza Firouzja. Really one of the most well-rounded SCC performances I've ever seen. It was an incredibly convincing win against some stalwart opposition, as Alireza is the first, David, to punch his ticket to Paris. That means he's going to have to take the train. Now the question is, which 3 others are going to take the plane to Paris and join Alireza as the 4 finalists? Hans Niemann making a serious claim in his first match against MVL that he might be here to stay.
You're right, MVL, it was sad that he will not be playing in Paris, but Firouzja, it's appropriate that one French player will be there at least. And who will join him? We will see. Let's check out the head-to-head of the players who will be admiring the games of today. And Hans Niemann against Wesley So, historically, maybe surprisingly for some, Hans Niemann is ahead, 16 wins to 8 against Wesley So in competitive action on Chess.com. Dania, does this surprise you at all? Wesley being the more experienced player at least.
I think it surprises me a little, but I think that anybody who was clinging to the idea that Hans is, a heavy underdog in the matchups against, the traditional super GMs and the traditional SCC favorites has kind of dispensed with that after his first match against MVL. If you look at the Blitz leaderboards on Chess.com, Hans is consistently rated over 3,100. He and Wesley go kind of back and forth. So in terms of their speed and their skill with little time on the clock, they're pretty much evenly matched. And Hans definitely will try to get some confidence from that head-to-head. But this is a different kettle of fish, David. This is the SCC we're talking about.
That's right, and it is Hans Niemann's first ever SCC, so impressive stuff from him recently, of course, both players with very high ceilings. And let's get to know some of the players a bit better. Let's start with Wesley So. And you mentioned the pedigree there, Dania, 3-time SCC runner-up. Unfortunately, he's run into some big dogs in the final on those occasions, but Wesley has a track record, 3-time US champion as well. In over-the-board chess. Very impressive there from Wesley So. He was a runner-up last year in the Champions Chess Tour and the Global Chess Champion, of course, back in 2022. So he's been there, he's done it before, but he needs to get over Hans Niemann if he's to do it again today.
Well, it boggles the mind that Wesley only recently turned 60 years old. Just kidding. He only recently turned 30 years old, and he's already had such a long and illustrious chess career over the board, online, across so many different time controls. His performance at the Global Championship in Toronto, I commentated it. I had the pleasure of watching his games. And Wesley, David, is a little bit of a black box for some casual chess fans. It's hard to pinpoint his style. It's hard to pinpoint exactly what makes him the incredibly dangerous player that he undisputedly is. But whatever it is, right? Wesley's a bit of a chameleon. Different Wesley So can show up to every match, but he is a force to be reckoned with, and he is not to be underestimated.
Exactly. Unless your name is Magnus Carlsen or Hikaru Nakamura, then more often than not, Wesley So does take you down. But today he's facing an in-form Hans Niemann. Hans Niemann who's been playing a lot of chess and very successfully. Today having defeated Anish Giri earlier in a Blitz match. And this is how he got here. He got to the SCC through the Titled Cup. Very consistent in Title Tuesday, 4-time winner. He also won the 2021 World Open. Very impressive stuff there. And his classical rating has gone through the roof in recent times, Danya. He's reached a peak. Oh, whoa. He's reached a current rating of over 2,700.
Well, listen, if you've never heard of Hans Niemann and you're watching this show, I'm sorry, but you're not just living under a rock. You're probably living under the Ayers Rock, I think, in Australia, like a really big boulder that just shuts out all the sunlight and any internet connection. Hans, of course, is a contentious figure in chess, but you cannot argue with results and you cannot argue with victories over the board. So say what you will about Hans, but one thing that I've respected in recent years is that he is willing to back up his words. And there are a lot of words with concrete actions and movements of the pieces. He won his first ever SCC match. Now he seeks to keep his journey going against Wesley So. And there were some words in between his match against Anish Giri, the first day of which occurred earlier today, and the SCC match against Wesley wasn't there, David.
That's right. There's a lot of chess and a lot of speaking from Hans Niemann. 12 Blitz games at 3 p.m. I believe it was in Europe a bit earlier today. And SCC match at 9:30 p.m. 3 days of double round classical coming up as well. So no excuses. Those are Hans's words, fighting talk. He's clearly motivating himself and he's clearly banging form, Danya. Not many people can defeat Anish Giri, but can he keep it up? What do you think? Is he going to be full of the adrenaline? Is he going to be able to maintain the stamina?
Well, that's going to be the question. He's fighting undoubtedly some fatigue. He played a long day of Blitz chess against Anish Giri, a very successful day as he leads that match. But it's pretty late in the day for Hans, and he is someone who brings 100% effort to the table to every single game of chess that he plays. Online, OTB, doesn't really matter. So the question is, will his determination and his drive to ultimately face a guy with the initials MC over in Paris, will that supersede the fatigue and the exhaustion that he definitely faces from having played chess? That's going to be the question, David. I think we're in for a close match. I mean, anybody who thinks that this will be a total blowout one way or the other, I think that's very unlikely. And, well, Smarter Chess agrees, and that's much more important than what the commentators think.
That's right, Danya. You teased it there. A potential semi-final against Magnus Carlsen on the line for both of these players. And look at that. Smarter Chess predicts that Hans Niemann is going to win and actually believes that he's going to be the favorite in the 3+1 portion. I believe maybe based on his huge Chess.com rating in the 3-minute pool. But yeah, this one is going to be close. 10-12, even if Hans does win, it's going to come down to those last few games potentially. And yeah, it's hard to pick a favorite, I've got to say. From the quarterfinals, this might be the closest.
It really is. I mean, I think the traditional view is that given his SCC experience and given his general stability, Wesley might be a difficult matchup for Hans. He also undoubtedly took a look at Hans's first match against MVL. He's probably chosen his openings carefully. And Wesley is the ultimate universal player. Like, I called him a chameleon. He can play basically any style. Tactical Najdorfs, he can play ultra positional boring chess, the kind of chess he used to beat Denis Lazovic in the first round of the SCC. So Hans is dealing with a very multifaceted player who can play masterfully in a lot of different types of positions, who's very good at exploiting blunders. So, a lot of things have to go right for Hans, but I don't think that there is a very clear favorite in this match. I would say Wesley by a smidge, but this could be rendered totally insignificant if Hans gets off to a good start.
That's right. Get your seatbelts on, everyone at home, because the play is surely going to begin.
It's on, David.
Can't wait,
it's on.
It's going to be so much fun. And let's go check out those players as they make their last moment preparations. We will begin with the 5+1 section of the match. So proper Blitz. Back in the day, this was my favorite time format. Let's see who the longer time format favors. We'll have 75 minutes of this portion, Danya. Smarter Chess believes this will be roughly level, the 5-minute portion, but Yeah, it's going to get dramatic, and we'll soon learn a lot about who's the more informed player today.
Well, Wesley relied on the bullet segment to pull forward against Denis Lazovic. We'll cross that bridge when we get there, but I think we're going to get some very high-level chess. We're going to get a lot of indications about the kind of course that this match will take and the openings, right? That's going to be a huge data point. What openings will these players bring to the table? Well, it's time to answer that question. And it seems, David, that every SCC match thus far has started with a Ruy Lopez. I am not kidding.
And we're off. I'm going to feign a bit of excitement here. The Berlin, but okay, it's an anti-Berlin. Woo! First win of the day for all of our viewers at home. No Berlin endgames, no dry repetitions here. And okay, Hans plays a quite quiet system, not the most ambitious for black, just trying to survive the opening. What do you think the strategy is going to be, at least in the early stages of this match for either player? How direct are they going to be?
Well, this is already a significant decision by Wesley, David, because MVL was going directly into the Berlin endgame. He got some good positions, but Hans demonstrated some incredible resilience and knowledge of ideas, despite his self-professed outdated theoretical knowledge in that Berlin endgame. So we can see Wesley deviating from MVL strategy as early as move 4. This is going to be a pretty quiet maneuvering game in its initial phases, but there will be smoke and fire, very likely, toward the late middle game.
Yeah, this early position will not set the tone for the match. I can pretty much guarantee that. It does look like a hybrid of the Spanish, the Italian, lots of slow maneuvering. All the knights will just park themselves on the king side. How to get excited about this one, Dania? I thought it would be faster and more ferocious than this in the early stages.
Yeah, and it's almost impossible to tell at this stage whether this came from an Italian or a Ruy Lopez, and that's not really a good thing. That probably means the position is pretty sterile. An interesting pause here from Hans. Knight g6 seems to be automatic, but instead he plays this move c7, c6, trying to make a bid for central expansion. So often you see white playing d4 and then black striking back with d5. And if we get that pawn cube, then things get tactical real quick.
Wow. The Prophet back in action. It's going to happen. I thought Wesley might prepare it for a few moves, drop his bishop back maybe, but no, we'll see some action here and now. And okay, big decision. Wesley wants to take back with the pawn, of course. Install that pawn center. He does, but Hans has got to strike back before it's too late, before he gets cramped. D5, E5, and fireworks starting, Daniel, already.
Just like that, the center opens up. And I think E5 indeed is what Wesley is banking on. And already such an interesting imbalance and such a risky decision by Hans. He accepts the pawn sacrifice. That's technically what it is, but need I say more than just to highlight these pawns? Wesley has several ways to pounce on those weaknesses. Knight h5 and knight e4 are the tempting moves. But once Hans establishes a knight on d5, we know that if the initiative fizzles out, black does have a lot of positional assets that could make their presence felt.
Yeah, and bishop d2 doesn't really speak to the urgency that white should be feeling right now. But yeah, queen c1 is the idea, Dania, with a double attack on 2 pawns. The c4 pawn unprotected and h6 eternally weak. But okay, Hans taking risks, trying to trade off pieces. And that darned blue arrow appears, saying that white should trade rooks. I've got to say, this is Hans full of confidence. There's no other way he would have taken on this pawn structure, this wrecked kingside, unless he was feeling in the zone right now. So I like to see it. And I like to see Wesley sacking pawns. It's a rarity.
And definitely Hans' strategy involves playing for a win with black and trying to unbalance the position. I think he would prefer a crazy tactical battle in most of these games over, a long maneuvering game, the kind that Wesley repeatedly had against his first round opponent, Denis Lazovic. And now we see why rook takes e8 was such an important inclusion. Now this move comes with tempo. This is a family fork that you do not want to see if you're Hans. So he might slide his queen back to d8. And Wesley, he waited for me to say that he had to act with so much urgency. And then he played bishop d2. Chill out, Danya. I mean, this is why I've won the US championship and you haven't. And now we might see more of these quiet moves. But David, they're only quiet on the surface. In fact, they're anything but if you understand their intention.
That's right. Every move at this top level, every move has a plan. Every player has calculated a little bit in advance. So they only play these slow moves like bishop to d2. You're highlighting white moving the queen if they've got a bigger plan in mind. But then another pawn sacrifice from Wesley. Wow, he's opening up the diagonal for his bishop, Daniel. I love it. d5. Bishop c3 coming next.
Yeah, in case anybody thought Wesley was a boring player, take that. Hans, he takes that pawn and he's up 2 pawns this was the idea. Clear the diagonal for the bishop, add another attacker to this pawn, and basically just try to overstretch Black's defensive capabilities. Now, bishop g7 is the correct move, indicates the blue arrow. David, bishop to e7 is the other way to protect it. Do you see the difference between those two moves?
I guess the bishop on g7, at least it won't get hit by one of the white heavy pieces. A rook will soon land on e1, so a bishop on e7 might be vulnerable to even being captured, even a sacrifice there. So bishop g7, after a bit of thought, played by Hans correctly, but it does feel shaky. And it feels like white isn't risking that much. White has total domination of the dark squares, so even 2 pawns down, a bind, a blockade on those squares would provide compensation. I'm expecting one of those queen moves you mentioned, and rook to e1 coming next. Knight f4 might recover a pawn at the right moment. Oh, this one is really simmering nicely now.
It's pretty terrifying, and you see knight to d6. What an excellent defensive move that would be. Instead, Hans gives up one of his extra pawns in order to try to douse the flames of white's initiative, get rid of, at the very least, one pair of minor pieces, and ease the defensive task. Now, Wesley, pausing here, he can't throw in rook e1, because then d takes c3 hits white's queen, but he simply takes the pawn of the knight. How will he recapture on d4?
Ooh,
well,
I think queen is a good
have
decision.
To wait long.
Saved me from having to answer that, to dodge that bullet, Danya. Rook e1 still coming. And at the very least, white can always bail out with taking on f6. But okay, rook e1, black would love a queen trade right now. I think that's what Hans is hoping for in order to safeguard his king. I'm really shocked that rook e1 is not the best move. That would be an automatic, I think, a pre-move for most of us. But at least now the black queen is able to put some pressure on that annoying white knight. And maybe the attack is slightly fizzled out.
Well, I zoned out there for a second, trying to figure out why exactly queen to d5 was the wrong choice. It's kind of irrelevant now, but something tells me there might have been some exciting tactics. If instead, the reason is simple, and it's actually not tactical. If we pull up an analysis board, the reason queen d5 was bad is because after queen g4, queen to g5, this is what you pointed out. White simply takes the queen. And after h takes g5, knight takes f6, transitions into a terrible endgame for black because he's going to drop the g-pawn, and essentially white will have a 3-on-1 majority that could be winning even though there are opposite colored bishops on the board. So queen f5 was a big decision. Wesley trades, lifts up his rook, makes it to g3, and now will he take on f6? No, he'll take on c4, restoring material equality. But David, bishop d5, man, that computer needs to chill out for a second and let us understand the position. It looks like Hans has at least brought enough pieces into the defense now to ensure that he won't get mated.
Yeah, I would still be terrified, I've got to admit, as black with such a wrecked pawn structure, with such an open king. White's king comparatively very safe. It's just going to tuck itself away on h2. But I guess now the saving grace for Hans is that a queen trade or a rook trade, even if he drops a pawn, might well see him safe in an endgame, or relatively safe at this point. So he's traded off all the right pieces. I've been really impressed by Hans's kind of calm defense here, but there we go. The blue arrow appears. He has to get heavy pieces off the board. Rook g8 before he gets checkmated. It's imperative now.
Indeed. And you're more than happy to donate one of your kingside pawns, but this is the main difference between the line I showed earlier. As long as you only give up one of your pawns, either the h pawn or the f pawn, you can use the other 2 pawns to prevent white from fully exploiting his majority. If you give up 2 kingside pawns, then white will make connected passers, and that supersedes even the most drawish tendencies of positions with opposite colored bishops. So Wesley can take, but as Mikhail Tal famously said, I sack all my pieces, but my opponent can only take one of them at a time. White would love to capture both h6 and f6, but you're going to have to choose your pick.
Yeah, it gets tactical here though, Daniel. After queen takes h6, now the f6 pawn is doomed. I wonder if black can go on a sudden counterattack. Queen b1, queen f1. Or, like you're pointing out, queen e4, threaten some sneaky checkmates, and white's queen cannot defend her king.
So
that's
maybe
a draw. You can force a draw. I think you might have to find
spotted,
this.
David. Queen b1, queen f1, f3 is actually the only move to avoid mate, and then black can play bishop takes f3 and set up a perpetual. Hans is investing the rest of his time looking for that saving grace, and he's found it.
Oh, he's going to find it. Wow, so resourceful. He's been doing his puzzle rush, so have I. But yeah, he's forced it just before it's too late. Otherwise, he would have faced a really awkward endgame, and we're going to see this game fizzle out now. No, Wesley So keeps the queens on. Really clever. But yeah, the advantage probably has disappeared. White's king now equally open.
Yeah, I mean, White could pretend to push here. Well, you could actually push the H pawn. I mean, push for a win. But I think Hans has enough activity here. He's tied himself to this G2 pawn, greatly limiting White's mobility. And honestly, as much as F6 looks like a weakness, it has been the unsung hero of Black's counterplay because it's held the G5 square and it hasn't allowed White's queen to infiltrate the way that it's wanted to. I think the worst is behind him. And Hans rounding out a great defensive effort here with a calm move, King H7, taking away any shenanigans with Queen H6. Wesley, though, keeps poking. He keeps prodding. He's one of those guys who always finds resources. It's never over until the score sheets are signed with Wesley.
Okay, the first time scramble incoming, Danya. What do you predict? Are there going to be any twists and turns here, or is the game simply going to fizzle towards that draw? 10 seconds for Hans.
I just don't see how White generates any realistic chances here without overpressing or without blundering mate in 1 on G2. Oh, yeah. Maybe like this.
Ooh.
2 seconds.
Don't play pawn to F5. Oh, king to F5. He runs. Oh, scary times.
G4 check. White could lose this too.
Either side could lose this. Opposite color bishop positions are never easy when there's queens on the board. Look at that black king running. It's doing work.
Queen D6.
Oh, is there a checkmate?
Oh, he missed it. Queen D6, Queen D4. That looked really promising.
Oh, he's gone the other way around, but now the black king's running back towards safety on the king side. Diagonal checks are effective, though. This looks terrifying for Hans Niemann with 2 seconds left.
Oh, another incorrect check, but G4, King F4, 2 seconds for Wesley. Oh my gosh.
Someone's going to get mated. Someone's going to get mated.
Or not. Queen F4, trading queens.
Clutch move there. Now it surely is a draw. You can pre-move this. Opposite color bishops.
Hans pre-moved the heck out of that. He's like, I am not getting into another time scramble. I don't care how drawn this might be. But, oh my gosh, that bishop maneuver, David. I thought Wesley was just looking for a repetition. No, he was getting his bishop to F8 to set up a check on H6. Hans King went on a little joyride. And should I pull up that game and just show people at least one of the missed actual wins?
I think you can. In the meantime, we see another slow Italian Agyokyo piano. So we're not missing too much on the second game so far. We see the live board there on the bottom right of your screens. And Danya, take it away. Show us the missed win for Wesley.
So this was, I think, the final win that Wesley missed. And the correct check was a diagonal one, as you said. Now, let's say Black plays King F5. You give another check on D7. The point is that the king can't slide back because of this fork against the bishop. So the king has to go forward to F4. You can give another check, and then another check, and then another check, and the king can't go to E3 because of mate, and then another check, and then finally you've shuttled the king to the right side of the board, literally and figuratively, and you pick off the bishop. How did Wesley miss this with 3 seconds left? Man, I think a reconsideration of SCC invites is in order, David. Just kidding, of course.
Yeah. How dare he not calculate 6 or 7 moves in advance to win a bishop there? In the meantime, he's got a quieter position here. It's still mainline theory for any opening aficionados here. The Italian game, this is like the beginning these days for the top players. White just kind of has a bit more flexibility on both sides of the board. But Danya, it does hint the opening choices in the first 2 games that we might see a slower maneuvering kind of battle in the openings at least.
Yeah, something tells me that this match will have several stages, both in terms of the scores, perhaps, unless we go toe-to-toe for the entire match, but also in terms of the openings. And maybe they're saying it's the 5+1 portion. They kind of want to settle into, ease into the match, quell the butterflies in their stomach. And what better way to do that than to play some quiet Rui Lopez's and Italians? But once again, the game slowly starts heating up. Hans is carrying out a very fashionable plan involving a queenside pawn storm. But where is he going with this? Is he going to play b takes a6, or is he going to keep the tension?
Yeah, that's always a dilemma that I struggle with in these types of positions. I play them with white and black, but I never quite know the exact plan. You often have to be flexible and kind of pivot depending on what your opponent does. Often you can take on a6, you can play c4, try to lock in that black bishop by putting a pawn on c5 at some stage in the game. Yeah, both sides have a lot of choices, and that's a type of strategy in Blitz especially that the top players use these days. They just try to force their opponents to burn time on the clock, and like you said, this will explode at some point. It feels like a draw in the first game was a fair result. Hans's defense was just as imaginative as Wesley's attacking, but yeah, it's this type of position I do associate with Hans as well. His ascent, Danya, the Berlin is black, the Italian is white. Those openings have been just key ingredients in his rise.
Definitely, I think his opening preparation in general has been underrated. He has the capability of playing a lot of openings at the highest level. The Caracan with black has been a regular choice for him, particularly in faster time controls with white. Obviously, the Jabava London has been a favorite, but 1e4 has been the focal point for Hans. And, in recent years, the platitude that e4 is the more tactical move and the d4 is the more positional move, that just isn't that true at the highest level. E4 openings, as we see here, can be extremely positional. And David, one last thing, off topic, but when you said you've been doing your puzzle rush, I forgot to shout you out. Congratulations are in order. You tied for first at the British Championship just a few days ago, and really appreciate that you're right back in the commentator's chair. So round of applause to you. You certainly have done your puzzle rush.
Thank you, Danya. You're bringing up traumatic memories, though, losing that tiebreak. I was one move away from the title, but that's chess. And yeah, the best remedy from setbacks, I find, is diving right back in. So it's great to be here watching the best players in the world. And yeah, actually, during the British Championship, you were giving me some beatings in the evenings and Blitz, helping me warm up, I'm going to say. But this is the perfect remedy. So queen to d3, you're highlighting. Queen's on or off? That's the question.
Man, you were saying dive in. I'm looking at black's queen. I'm looking at the d3 square, and I'm thinking, let's dive into d3. Instead, Wesley establishes a bishop on c5, but perhaps missing the opportunity to squeeze his queen down the d file. Now all of the infiltration squares are covered. Literally, all squares d5 and above are covered by the white pieces. So a move like rook e to d6, maybe that sets up rook d1 check, actually. So I think it is a candidate move. But it feels like Hans has perhaps the slightly more pleasant position.
Mm-hmm. You beat me to it. I was going to ask you the question. Who would you pick here? Who would you prefer? I guess you say maybe Hans because he has more space on the queen side. He chooses which pawns to trade off or to break with. Rook d6 is played, as you predicted. And yeah, I would be slightly reluctant to allow black in behind, but Hans does allow all these mass exchanges potentially. But nope, king dodge. And this is the idea.
Yeah, he opened that front door real wide. He got the knock, and he's like, come in. And now the black queen can come in to d1 as well. You could get this kind of series of trades on the same square. And a big question is the endgame just a draw? The position is not as symmetrical as it looks because Hans does have a sizable space advantage on the queen side. And eventually he can turn that into something more tangible, David. I'm looking at queen e1 and, b6 maybe. Okay, queen e1 on the board. Hans doing some work on the queen side. Imagine a rook on c6 or a queen on c6. This could get unpleasant for Wesley.
Yeah, this is beautiful positional play from Hans, I've got to say. Just it's a bit like you said with the match, stage by stage. He's just step by step improving his position. Now the e5 pawn might be hanging in some variations. White could also trade pawns and go in with the white queen to c7 at some point. Ooh, double question mark. Why is this such a blunder, Danya? Are your spidey senses tingling?
Well, something tells me it might not actually be knight takes c5. I mean, maybe Wesley's bluffing and he's got nothing against this very straightforward capture. Also, Hans is probably thinking, should I start by playing c takes b6? And he calls the bluff. And I think that's exactly what it is, David. It's a bluff. And I just want to point out this pawn on h3 is so important, not just because it gives the king an escape score, but because it stops any possible counterplay connected with a check on g4. Are you seeing anything? Maybe rook d2? But that reeks of desperation.
Yeah, rook d2 at the very least. White could play moves like rook to d3. Yeah, you're highlighting there. Just trade off rooks,
partner.
We're in it together for the long haul. This is going to be a long match, but the tactics have started. And yeah, despite doing my puzzle rush, I don't see anything. It takes black at least 3 or 4 moves to set up one threat against the white king, and you will not have that time, that luxury. So Wesley, a pawn down until now. He maybe this was the idea, simplifies, but I'm looking at the white queen coming into c7 after some trades. There we go. It's all very forcing and all looks like it favors white.
Knight takes g6 is such a hard move not to play. I mean, knight c6 was also on the table. Instead, Hans putting his eggs in the e5 pawn basket. And no, he's not blundering a fork. The queen, I think, will step back, pinning the knight against the rook. So potentially he'll be a pawn down if Wesley grabs c5. But it's not about the quantity of pass pawns, it's about the quality. And let me tell you, this is a pretty high-quality passer. It might be on e8 in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, Eddie, the e-pawn is going to start sprinting forward. Queen to d3. Very nice move. Hitting g6 as well. And whoa, the blue arrow there, Daniel. Queen h4. Wow, defending the rook on d8. That is so agile. That's like a gymnast type of move. You switch from one side to the other, defend the black rook on d8, break the pin, but so hard to find.
Yeah, are we at Cirque du Soleil or are we at the SCC? And my question there would be rook e4 and rook d4. You know, why doesn't that win a knight? Actually, rook e4 even here is a move, as is e6. Black is actually not creating a concrete threat. And queen h4, the point actually was to defend the rook, as you said. Now the rook is still undefended. David, is your move e6, or do you start by just taking on b6 and trying to be clinical?
Oof, caveman chess. That's the English school of chess. I would play e6 and just try to hammer that pawn home to the promotion square. But some calculation, of course, needed. So many candidate moves, and he's got a lot of time, Hans Niemann. He's been so quick and decisive this game. Really impressive so far. But finishing off the likes of Wesley So, that's one of the toughest things in chess. So e6 looks strong. I don't really see a reason not to. Sets up a huge threat of e7.
Hans had some positional showstoppers against MVL, but he also had a couple of games that he wanted to take back. Some issues with, the final stage of conversion, which of course is a universal problem against these top guys. Actually, David, starting by trading on b6 would have allowed Black's queen to drop back. Hans taking a completely different approach. He goes rook e4, and now he's going to play rook d4, but the queen will drop back to f7, so Wesley is going to fight for this knight.
Yeah, you got to fight for the right to party. I
Knight.
don't know what the song lyric goes. But yeah, fight for that knight. And e6 instead. Ooh, now black queen gets back, defends her knight. So the black rook will just slide after rook e8, but white will... Ooh, is white winning that black knight? Probably. Probably
but
at the
knight
cost of a few pawns, though.
Even knight f4, though, has to be considered there. e7 played, and Wesley can also just give up the knight.
I think he has to. If he moves the knight, there's queen to b3 check, saving the white queen and then picking up the black queen. So he might have to give up the knight, but he will have 3 pawns for the piece. And that passed a pawn might be a real ace up black's sleeve for later. Any endgame, that pawn might save him. It's not as over as it looks, Daniel.
Yeah, Hans kept kind of changing his mind on how he wanted to win the knight. He was like, first, I'm going to use my e-pawn. I'm going to use my rook. I'm actually going to use my e-pawn. And in so doing, he kept giving Wesley more pawns. At the same time, with 13 seconds and tons of tactical opportunities against the Black King, Hans, I think, expects to win this game. I think he's trying to find the right moment to push that H-pawn and use it as a battering ram to soften up Black's king. Or not.
Wesley's being clever, though. He was pinning the white knight, keeping it immobile for now at least. But, rook e8 going behind. Like you said, opening the front door, entering. He plays it in the other order. Maybe now rook f8 saves the day. No, apparently. Wow, this is getting sharp. It's just like the previous game. It's a mirror image almost, Danya. It's suddenly just burst into life.
And now Hans' time advantage, not that significant. He trades queens. Wesley pinning all his hopes on the a-pawn, but is it fast enough? The rook blockades it. Now the knight is going to jump into the action. And David, we're going to get a long endgame here because I think eventually Wesley's going to try to take b5 and give up a3. It should be winning, but these types of positions are never actually that easy to convert. Hans is trying to keep his b-pawn, though, and maybe that's the right approach.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't go the whole way over with the white king, but he's trying to cut the black king off. Beautiful endgame play, just immobilizing the black king here and eventually stepping across. Knight to a4 will now win the b6 pawn, and he's done it so convincingly.
That was awesome. Hans made a lot of mistakes there to allow Wesley to come close. All credit to Wesley, but that endgame technique was spotless, and Hans takes the first decisive game and a 1-point lead in the match, David.
Yeah, beautiful play. As soon as the queens came off, he literally gave Wesley no chance, as you say there. So tactical melee, it's unclear who that's going to favor long term, but strategically, Hans looks bang in form. And okay, another Berlin that resembles the Italian, another super slow maneuvering position. I'm hoping they switch things up at some point, but sometimes we do see this, Danya, just the players stubbornly refusing to switch openings.
Yeah, SCC matches are totally different like that. We saw yesterday in Fabi versus Firouzja, they were all over the map. I mean, C4 by Fabi and E4 by Alireza, and we had those crazy archangels. So players are just different in terms of their, their personality. Are they going to put pride over, considerations of maximizing their chances? A lot of these top guys are like, no, I'm sticking by my repertoire. I'm not willing to admit that my opponent outprepared me. And David, the Roy Lopez is a versatile enough opening that we're going to get plenty of different exciting structures. And this is a case in point. Now, D4 is a pretty scary move to my eyes, but maybe you can defend the pawn tactically?
Ooh, I hope Hans has calculated that, though, because it does look scary. Yeah, like you say, you might have to rely on a pin, but okay, Wesley does try. The trick for everyone at home is if you take this pawn, then white plays e5, and that's a deadly fork. If any pawn gets to e5, that might just be over. So bishop g4, trading off that white knight, or at least keeping it pinned. Hanging by a thread, though, for black. He's got to find it.
Yeah, I'm going to wait for Hans to play bishop g4 because he is. I don't think there's another move that saves the piece. And after bishop g4, there's a lot of tactics that arise after d takes e5, which ultimately liquidate the game into, I think, maybe a slightly better endgame for white. So we'll wait for Wesley to make a decision there before I kind of show the complications. Because bishop g4, he could also suddenly drop his knight back to e3 and perhaps jump onto f5. This is going to get really complex. But do you see an alternative for Hans to bishop g4?
H6 is the only other way I see to save a piece, and it's just too ugly for words. Black's kingside will likely just get ruined, and I think Hans, unless he just doesn't have bishop g4 on his radar, or unless he calculates a line he doesn't like there, I don't think we'll see h6. Sometimes you just got to do what you got to do, right, in chess. And queen e6. This doesn't lose a piece, but it will give up at least a pawn, probably. Danya, question mark given, but white has so many more tempting moves. Where to even start?
Well, I think the simplest, and first of all, people should understand what the point of the move is. If Wesley plays knight takes e5, then Hans is intending knight takes e4. So he's unpinning the knight and also hitting white's knight, trying to take the sting out of d takes e5, which actually is still a very legitimate candidate move. And the more I look at it, the more I convince myself that it might be Wesley's choice. He could also take the knight on f6, but I actually think Hans is okay with that kind of structure. He'll play gf, and he'll slide his king over. Can I quickly just show, if we pull up an analysis board real fast, why bishop g4 kept black in the game and was probably the best move? Here, after d takes e5, as scary as it looks, black can take on f3, and if white plays e takes f6, actually black even has a choice. You could take the queen, or you could even respond with g takes f6, queen takes f3, tons of trades, and at the end of the day, it is a slight advantage for white, but not more than that. So let's go back to the live board. This did not happen, folks. Instead, Hans chose queen e6, and David, indeed, d5 happened.
Yeah, I was expecting this. It's just it's Wesley So style. If he has a bunch of options, he'll normally choose the simplest as long as it's a position he can manage. And now the idea is if the white knight is snapped up on c4, then I guess he's going to take the black bishop, get rid of black's bishop pair. He'll end up a pawn to the good no matter what. And it's still messy, Danya. It's still messy, but black's going to be a pawn down and potentially facing some type of coordination problems, tactical issues still. So it just looks simple and strong for Wesley So.
Yeah, I'm really not sure what Hans missed there, because he spent over a minute. He recognized the gravity of the situation. But you're right, David. I mean, the threat of bishop takes f6 and the possibility of the pawn inching forward is forcing Hans to take some desperate measures here. He might end up a couple of pawns down when all is said and done. But how does Wesley take the off-ramp here? Does he start with bishop f6 and play dc? What catches your eye here? What suits your fancy? E5 is also a move, by the way.
Yeah, E5 looks fancy, might be strong as well. I would be too tempted to take that knight, unless you could take on C7 first, hope black plays a move like knight takes E4, then just install a bishop on D8, for example. But, I mean, yeah, I would take that knight, take on
That's
C7.
A great word, David. That is the perfect word to describe that kind of move. You screw it in there.
Exactly. If this were OTB, you look at your opponent while you screw the piece into the board, but no. Okay, he trades the knight, ruins the black pawn structure, understandable. Now he's going to take on C7, most likely, and he'll be a pawn up. at least for a while, and it's going to be slightly tough, Danya, to remove that far advanced pawn from the board. I think he should just take it. Is he considering alternatives? What else could he be thinking right now? Just take that pawn. It's a pawn.
Yeah, take it, and he does. And you said remove. Shall I say uninstall that pawn from the board? Almost as hard as uninstalling, the bloatware that comes with a new phone nowadays, or a computer. Rook to e1 by Wesley, criticized by the computer, but that's because it's just jealous of how good these players are. Maybe its criticism is legitimate. That uninstallation, you might have to do a restart, but rook c8 is coming, and David, rook e7, king f8, and the rook is booted off of the 7th rank. That was a serious error by Wesley, and he might lose his extra pawn.
Yeah, there's a bug in the system now. Rook takes e1. Yeah, it just doesn't look like it leads anywhere suddenly. There was even the possibility of trading off the minor pieces, so he keeps the knight versus bishop on. He's still got a better pawn structure, Wesley, and 0 risk here for white. So we should still say Wesley is better, but it could have been more, maybe should have been more. And now he's going to have to really grind this endgame out, really dig deep. I've got to say, he's still got great winning chances, Danya. I still love white's position.
Yeah. Show him this position abstracted from how it was reached, and, Wesley would love nothing more than a chance to squeeze an advantage here. But given that he had a pawn on c7, I don't think he's quite as keen. Still, David, I think in a blitz scenario, with this knight having access to so many potential outposts, Hans has a long road ahead of him, and Wesley is coming. I mean, the knight on e1 isn't going to stay there for very much longer.
Yeah, that knight is going to post up on outpost like f4, for example. The black kingside pawns might look fine for now, but they will be targets long term. The rooks coming off will not necessarily save black, because black's pawns, especially the queenside pawns on light squares, they might just be fixed there, and it will be a good knight versus bad bishop scenario. So yeah, this is a lot of suffering ahead for Hans Niemann. If he holds this, though, then he's going to believe that he can hold anything, Danya. This opening did not go well, but he's made it this far.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be a good night on c5, and anything but a good night for Hans Niemann, who is in the Netherlands, and for whom it is quite late in the day. But that has stopped exactly no chess players from playing high-quality chess. The opposite certainly has. And rook d2, very circumspect by Wesley, not allowing the rook infiltration to e2. I think Hans is doing the right thing by keeping the rooks on the board. He would, he would definitely sacrifice a pawn probably to swap the minor pieces, because the engine of white's advantage isn't just the bad pawn structure. It's the fact that white has the perfect piece to exploit all of the holes in black's position. But for all my talk, where is the actual infiltration?
Yeah, Hans has played this quite well, because now as soon as the white rook ever moves, the black rook will slide to b5. It might well just do that now, and the white rook is being kept honest. And pawn to c4. Committing a pawn to a light square is not an easy decision, I've got to say. So I am not 100% sure Wesley's going to find that, but c4 actually sets up the threat, Danya, of winning the black bishop. If the rook moves to the wrong square,
oh my
f5,
gosh.
And that bishop is trapped.
Where did that come from? I have to show that. I have to show that for newer players, just so instructive. David, sorry to cut you off. You spotted it. c4. Are you trying to trap the rook? I was looking for ways to kind of get the knight to a1. No, the point was to play f5. Bishop c8 is the only retreating square, and this is a fork. Black would have to keep shuttling the rook on the 5th rank, but this just looks awful. Now the rook actually could get trapped. Anyways, that was a missed opportunity. Instead, Wesley played g4, telegraphing his idea and giving Hans an evacuation route for his bishop. Here we are.
Yeah, how are you going to uninstall that black bishop from the a2 square? It's not actually easy. The black bishop's surprisingly safe behind enemy lions, and suddenly Hans, we see on the bar, he might be doing okay. He's covered all his holes. He's kept the white rook tied down. Wesley, he found the right idea. That's going to be frustrating for him later. This f5 idea was correct, but he could have stopped the black bishop finding a safe square. And you're highlighting the move g5 incoming, but how does Hans fight against that?
Wow. Wesley actually heading for h5 with his knight. He kind of faked him out. And Hans, he has to find h5. This is his last chance before the knight installs itself on h5. And I think he's going to play it. He's basically got no choice.
Yeah, you can't stall any longer. You have to go forward with h5 right now. Better to give up a pawn, even potentially. The pawn cannot be captured, we should mention. F5 is hanging, but even if it were a pawn sacrifice at some point, he needs counterplay. You cannot just sit and suffer. So, okay, white's going to get a past H pawn, but it's not going to be too easy to make anything of that. Yeah, he's defended so well, Hans Niemann. And time scramble incoming, Daniel.
And the B2 pawn, that's a backward pawn, which could become important. If Wesley starts journeying with his rook, Hans could come back around. That might be too slow, though. It might be his only choice because the F5 pawn is defended. 10 seconds for Niemann. He still has a Herculean task ahead of him. Just practically speaking, with all of these nasty little knight checks and an H pawn that's rearing to go, mate possibilities. But the F5 pawn is now hanging with a check. Where do you go? H6. Zigzag goes the black king. How do you defend F5?
Yeah, not easy. You can continue giving some knight checks, but you're suddenly losing coordination with your pieces. I should mention, black dodged a checkmate in one a moment ago after knight H5. The black king had to do this little zigzag. It couldn't have gone to H6 instantly, but he's dropping F5, and this is suddenly anyone's game, Daniel. This might be the last game before the break. It's going to be, it's going to be tense. It's going to be really, really important for the overall match.
I think every game across all three time controls is going to end up, almost every game, in one of these time scrambles. Hans is right back in business, and the knight is almost trapped. It's on its last legs. Rook E8. Oh, Rook G2.
But H5.
G2 blocks. And now he's hung his knight. And he doesn't take it, but he flags.
And look at that celebration from Hans Niemann. He holds his nerve. Wesley So collapsing there in the time scramble. Had a winning move, but ended up losing on time with his knight trapped. And wow, Hans Niemann takes a 2-point lead. We're going to get our first break of the day, more importantly, as we see the players' reactions there, Dania. Wow, what have we just seen? That was crazy. In the meantime, though, if you're watching the stream without subscribing on Twitch, then you're missing out. Not only does your subscription make our streams possible, it also unlocks exclusive new emotes for every event, plus access to exclusive break time content during the show. You can even use your Prime to claim a free subscription, so use !subscribe in chat now to level up. Wesley So in trouble in this match. Hans Niemann starting in really decisive fashion. We'll break that down a bit more for you later, but in the meantime, it's a break. Join us again very shortly.
In recent years, we've had a lot of openings in chess that have become meme openings. So it could be strange, silly openings, and we want you to rank these different openings from brilliant to double question mark. And it'll be interesting to hear your thoughts on these different openings. So we'll start with one F3.
Yeah, so F3 is just a bad first move. I don't see any upside to it, even as a beginner playing it, so I'm going to rank it in this double question mark.
Yeah, 1 F3, I guess that goes in the bad category. It's like somewhere between bad and playable, but I think it's appropriate for bad.
Seeing some of the ones that are coming up, I'm going to put it as bad.
Okay, that's a fair assessment.
Yeah.
And then we have one A6.
It's probably going to be the best of the slots, so if it's very good, brilliant. Yeah.
Brilliant, okay.
1 A6, yeah, playable for sure.
I mean, A6 has to be at the absolute top, because I think Magnus and I have both won probably, I'm going to guess at least, probably 30 to 40 games combined between us with that move in Title Tuesday, so it's at the very top, absolute top.
Great. And speaking of you and Magnus, we have the Bone Cloud.
Yeah, the Bond Cloud is also at the very top. It's an opening that I think everybody knows, and you have to try it at least once. So very top, very, very top. S tier.
Yeah, the Bone Cloud is pretty, it's double question mark, unfortunately.
It's the double question mark.
Double question mark. And then we have the Greek opening.
Which is what?
I think it's F3, King F2.
Yeah, that's I think I would have to say again that's a very, very bad opening because actually in the Chess Champions Tour, the in-person final, I think in 2023, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, after tilting against me, he played it and lost. I think I also played against Kramnik in a Title Tuesday as well. So no upside again. Very, very bad opening.
Yeah, that's probably a double question mark, unfortunately.
And then we have the Hippo.
Hippo is definitely playable.
In this company, I'm going to say brilliant as well.
Yeah, so the Hippo is another opening that I think is very very playable. It's not something that's out of this world good, but it's nowhere near some of the other options that exist. So I would say it's playable. I think it's playable in the middle.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Speed Chess Championship. It's quarterfinal day, and it's a match between Wesley So and Hans Niemann. It's David Howell here and Daniel Naroditsky calling all the shots. And Dania, we've seen the first half of the 5+1 portion. What are your conclusions so far?
Man, I think I never want this match to end. It's certainly lived up to its promise. And then some. Hans has gotten off to a commanding start. He's up 2 points. And after the first game draw, he has won 2 in a row, and he's done it several different ways. He had that positional effort. It wasn't flawless, but it was a statement game. That was game 2. And speaking of statement games, that defensive effort in game 3, Hans is really showing why he believes that he can compete with the very top of the chess Olympus. And once again, he has been walking the walk thus far, not just holding, but also turning that game around and winning it in a time scramble, David. That was a something.
Yeah, I don't think he would have expected that. I don't think anyone would have expected that. Even the best players in the world would have loved to draw in that position with Black against Wesley So. But Hans, he stuck in there. He defended, and then jumped on his chance when it came. And it does look like he might be the cooler player, the calmer player in those time scrambles. Real statement, as you say, Dania. Real marker put down. And Wesley needs something a bit different. He's yet to get going.
But Wesley is such an experienced chess player and such an experienced SCC player. He understands that this is a very long match. It's definitely a marathon as well as a sprint, I would say. But I think the biggest thing for him, the openings have not been the decisive factor, in my opinion, at all. So we might see them continuing to repeat, Italians and Ruy Lopez's and pretty quiet beginnings. But he's got to avoid those all-out time scrambles. I think Hans definitely has the edge, at least in this match, when they come down to just a couple of seconds, almost regardless of the type of position. So let's see if Wesley adjusts his time management, adjusts his approach to the game. So far, it's more of the same as we get a mainline Italian.
Yeah, he won't be able to dodge those time scrambles forever, especially not in the bullet segment of the match. But for now, it's an Italian. And I think a really instructive point you made there, Dania, for everyone at home, it's not always about the opening, especially these system-based positions where it's just about maneuvering, putting pieces on squares. You can do that as well as you like, but at some point, positions do explode and you need to be able to calculate. You need to be able to hold your nerve and take your chances when they come. In the meantime, Wesley, he's got a really solid opening. He's a fantastic adherent of the Italian on both sides, white and black. And I think he believes still in his knowledge here that he's going to get a decent position. It's just about doing something with it later as Hans decides now whether to go forward in the center, whether to keep developing white's pieces. I'm expecting knight bd2, but it's always the calm before the storm. That's been the theme of every single game so far.
Oh, yeah. And, these positions look very simple. And you might be wondering, okay, why did Wesley just spend 40 seconds on his last move. Well, maybe he was deciding between bishop b6 and bishop a7. Well, why was he deciding that? Maybe just eeny, meeny, miny, mo. No, I think you're actually seeing what he was trying to figure out. And I think he's, at the very least, hinting at a potential queenside expansion. We saw Hans doing this in game 2. Wesley had some notions. Hans says no.
That white bishop, it's doing a dance. If you showed me this position, I would say, okay, it's a Berlin, it's a Roy Lopez. But nope, it started as an Italian. The white bishop went to c4, b3, a4, b5. It's going to get kicked back again soon once Wesley moves that knight away from c6. So yeah, he's really
moves his hand away from the camera too.
Exactly. He's just making move by move. I would criticize this if a student were moving their bishop so many times, but Hans, he knows it's for a purpose, and white does have the center, Daniel.
Yeah, it's like those shows. I don't know if a show like that actually exists, where you're handed a plate of food and you think it's some sort of bizarre presentation and the ingredients look pretty disgusting, and then you found out that Emeril Lagasse cooked this up, and you change your tune completely. No, this is actually brilliant. This is the best presentation I've ever seen. I think that I stand somewhere in the middle. The last couple of moves don't really change the nature of the position. Like you said, this is going to be decided toward the middle to late middle game. The middle game, that rolls right off the tongue. And once again, an exchange on d4. We've seen this before. And in Hans's case, he followed it up with d5. Wesley had the white pieces in this structure. Now the colors are reversed.
Mm-hmm. And it's going to get complicated. It's going to get sharp. The blue arrow appears and insists that white needs to uninstall that black knight from the center, trade off that powerful pony. But other tempting moves available to Hans. So I'm not going to guarantee he's going to play that move. Knight g3 also does compromise the white kingside pawn structure a bit, but black is ready to strike with c5, maybe even f6 in some positions. And if the position comes to life, then my point earlier about white wasting 4 or 5 tempi with his light squared bishop, then it becomes relevant. It's only in those more open dynamic positions that loss of time is kind of laid bare. So he needs to speed up here with his piece development. Hans Niemann needs to get rid of black's best piece, but not an easy move to find, and it's costing him a lot of time.
Yeah, the intention behind the move is pretty obvious, and it's clear that you want to get rid of the knight, but you've got several ways to do it. Bishop can come back to d3, and I wouldn't be surprised if Wesley simply leaves his knight on e4, sacrificing the pawn and clearing up the d5 square as an outpost for his bishop. You see this idea actually in a lot of different openings. He might even play knight e7 in preparation to occupy the square with a knight, or he might choose to take on g3 and follow up with a move like c7, c5 and try to make Hans pay for the fact that his pawn structure gets a little damaged.
Mm-hmm. And Daniel, you're the bullet expert, but a little tip for everyone at home. This white actually on the king side is perfect for, at least in my experience, perfect for blitz bullet chess, because your king on h2, super safe, shielded from checks. There we go. The king does park up, and it's going to be so tough for the opponent to get to it. Here, of course, it's blitz, still a lot of time on the clock, but in a time scramble, nice to have a safe king.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised at Wesley's last couple of moves. I was expecting that positional sack that is more up his alley, but he believes that, if he can get these pawns off the board, if he can get Hans to take on f6, he takes back with the queen, and he's going to have long-term pressure against the d4 pawn. So Wesley's playing positionally, Hans is playing tactically, yin and yang, unstoppable force, immovable object, blah, 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 who's going to win? And finally, we're going to get some fireworks in the center.
Yeah. And it has been Hans Niemann winning so far. We see the smarter chess prediction there. Hans Niemann now, he started off the day with a 54% chance of winning, apparently, and that's up to 67% based on his last 2 wins. So he's rocking it right now. He's also rocking a passed e-pawn, something we've seen from him earlier in the match, Dania. And who's going to win, you asked? I like white's position. I like the potential of that e-pawn.
Yeah, it's nothing to sneeze at. Even though I think I just sneezed on the camera there. But wait a second. Bishop takes f5, rook takes f5, queen d3. That looks like a skewer, but Wesley has the move knight g6 to e7. Still, it's a pretty awkward move to have to make. This pawn's going to be up Wesley's grill pretty soon. The bishop's coming out. White definitely has a pretty big initiative here, David, but if you don't convert this into something tangible, Wesley's eventually going to regroup his pieces. And remember, a pass pawn in the middle game, it can turn from a strength to a weakness pretty quickly if you're not vigilant.
Exactly. Same position. This exact position with the queens off the board. I think both of us would pick black every time because black has the more harmonious pawn structure. Black's pawns are connected. White's e-pawn clearly isolated and weak. But queen's on the board, totally different flavor. White's king safe, black's king not safe. So Hans, he still needs to be quick, energetic, but those have been his calling cards so far today. Or g4, g5. I love the idea, Danya. I don't really want to break that beautiful pawn structure around the white king, but the idea of going on the attack now, so tempting, so appealing.
But okay, bishop f4, loading up the trebuchet and preparing e6 on the next move. Obviously tempting Wesley into playing g5. Now,
not gonna happen.
Wesley's not going to play g5.
Yeah.
Or
if anyone else, I might think maybe, but definitely not Wesley. So he hates weakening his own king unnecessarily. He's setting up an exchange sacrifice. I was actually going to ask about this, Danya. Queen to f8, maybe hinting that he might remove that white bishop from the board. Suddenly black would get serious counterplay against the white king. Ooh, he's trying to tempt Wesley. He's got to take that bishop.
Takes. And actually g3 there, very important. You hinted at the kind of robust nature of white's pawn structure. King h1, knight f5. That king would have gotten kebabbed. And if I can just very quickly show a beautiful mate that could have ensued really quickly after knight f5. If white pushes e7, David, I see that knowing smile. It's not a convention. Oh, never mind. You can't mate like that because of the queen on d3.
How about queen g6, Danya? Queen g6 instead of e7.
Queen.
Oh, wait, no. Queen c2. Queen c2.
Just get it out of there. I was going to show queen h2, knight takes h2, and knight to g3 mate. So that queen would have to move out of the way. Actually, king h1 was a more serious move than I thought, but clearly knight f5 was too scary. Anyways, thank you, white queen on d3, for making the commentator look like a fool. I really needed that.
In the meantime, g3 played, and the black queen has dropped back to d6. So
yes.
If we catch up with the live position, it's still complicated. The white knight apparently can jump in with force to e5. Again, tactics, Danya. Knight e5 played by Niemann. A really classy move there. Yeah, queen takes e6, knight takes c6, and white regains the pawn, gets a rook on the 7th rank, and white's king safe, black's king not. And material up now.
The more pieces go off the board, the more significant white's extra exchange. Queen takes e6, knight takes c6. I mean, it's a trade. That's the point of the combination. But once a rook lands on e7, and once black is absolved of this blockading knight on e7, the extra exchange is going to be the most decisive factor. That knight, it's not done yet. It jumps into f7, installation complete, and the victory might be complete in just a couple of accurate moves. Down to 30 seconds, though, is Hans Niemann.
Yeah, Wesley, his best chance is to hustle on the clock somehow, but black's position looks so bad right now. Even going active with the black queen, queen b4 or queen c5, white will just slowly build up, put a rook on the f file at some point, rook e2, slide the other rook to f1, and there's going to be threats against the black king sooner rather than later. Rook f4, rook f1, rook f4, knight takes h6 is already on the cards.
Oh, bad sign. c5, that is not
Wesley.
A serious threat. I mean, c4, you just move the queen. You want to move the queen anyway to f3 to set up knight takes h6 check, I think. This is curtains.
Exactly. It's closing in for the kill now. Black simply doesn't have enough defenders. All of white's army is attacking on the king side, and that white knight is just glorious. I wouldn't be surprised if Wesley resigns. This is incredible from Hans. He played a match already earlier today, remember everyone, against Anish Giri. He won that one in style by a margin, and he's still doing it again. The energy on this boy. Incredible.
And the timing, it was pretty auspicious for Hans. He had 3+2 time control against Anish. That was, I think, day one of their match. And look at this, by the rook f6, maybe not the most accurate. Maybe knight g8 and, bishop e3, I think, keeps Wesley in the game. Wait a second.
Bishop e3, that is found by Wesley. So will we see a shake of the head from Hans Niemann? He's under 20 seconds, calmly playing h4. He's still winning. But the idea, everyone, was queen d2 check if that bishop were captured. And he's still fighting. But black doesn't have that much time. He needs to bring his queen to the defense somehow. The white king's going to move now, Danya. King h3. Whoa, he goes back.
Good. And now it's a chance for Wesley. This is still a very hard position to hold. Forget the eval bar. Look at Hans's queen and how it surrounds the king. Rook f7 is threatened. Wesley's running out of time. I don't think he's pulling it off. He's going to flag.
No. And there we go. Hans Niemann banging the camera. It took the win. 3.5 to half now. 3-point lead. You called it, Daniel. He flagged because it was simply too difficult, too complicated, that position. Wesley needs to stop going into these tactical messes, but no matter how solidly he starts each game, it explodes, and that favors Hans.
he's just getting outplayed. And again, I want to draw people's attention to this early middle game phase. Once they make the typical opening moves, those next 5 or 6 critical moves, Wesley is making decisions that is funneling the position into undesirable territory, and Hans is punishing him beautifully. It's a 3-point lead. Wesley hasn't won a game yet. So the biggest thing for him, David, right now is Wesley's got to get a victory under his belt. Mm-hmm. He's got to convince himself that it is possible to beat Hans in this match.
Exactly. You need confidence. I mean, it's a cliche, but even at the very top level, players, they go up and down, they fluctuate their confidence. And I've been there myself. Sometimes you just end up on a bad run. You meet an opponent who's in inspired form and you lose belief. It's like when I play you at Blitz, Dania, you just lose belief. Yeah, he needs a win. He just needs that first point, as you say. He needs to stop the bleeding, first of all. He needs to get, I don't know, just get in the flow, start playing a bit quicker and maybe more solidly.
Well, David, next time we add a 1-second increment, and I think I'll be the one who's losing belief. But yeah, this has been increment, no increment. This is what Anish Giri experienced earlier. Now Wesley, another Italian position, but C3, not typically a structure that you want. Actually, this kind of arises out of an English sometimes. And Hans demonstrating command of the typical maneuver here, getting the knight around potentially to C5 and vacating maybe. I don't think it's the right plan here, but C6 and D5 could also be on the table later on.
Yeah, really impressive speed there. The move knight to B8 by Hans. Again, as you point out, not an obvious maneuver, but one that is possible if you're familiar with these types of positions. It might look like black is just totally undeveloped a piece, setting pieces back up for the next game, but that knight was coming round to a beautiful square, and Wesley tries to break up the black pawn structure. He gets rid of his doubled pawns, but no advantage at all here for white. It's symmetrical pawn structure. Black's knight on c5 is maybe going to be the best minor piece in the near future, or something on c5 will be, even trading the queens and bishop c5. Yeah, it just looks too symmetrical, too level.
And it felt like black maybe has slight upper hand, but given the match situation, no need for Hans to, to take unnecessary risk. And I would actually argue that he still has the upper hand. Even though he's given up the d file, that is not the deciding factor. I think it's important for players to always pay attention to the presence of infiltration squares. Sometimes you have the file, but you can't do anything with the file because the critical business squares are under firm control. This is the case here. The rook can't infiltrate. And if you look at these pawns, the knight on a6 is definitely looking at these pawns, and it's starting to lick its chops at the prospect of landing on c5.
Yeah, and we talked about confidence. I mean, this is not going to be boosting Wesley at all, having to grovel potentially for a draw with white in a really dull position. Maybe that's the first step to kind of stopping the bleeding, but bishop d2, yeah, he's just got to go into retreat mode apparently, even if black just moves the bishop back. First he sets up his rooks in the center, but yeah, this is not a step in the right direction for Wesley, so something's just off with him at the moment. It just feels like he's not got in the positional flow like he usually does.
Well, I actually think he could consider changing up his openings, not because he's actually getting bad positions, but because he might want kind of a fresh start. So I wouldn't be surprised if he plays 1d4, which he's certainly capable of playing with both hands, as they say, not literally, but it means playing either d4 or e4. Maybe just take the game into a different kind of territory, because right now, any of these symmetrical Italians, Hans is playing unimpeachably, both positionally and then switching to tactical thinking exactly when he needs to. Right now, he's making improvements on the king side. I actually really like the move bishop d2 by Wesley, David, because he's kind of pulling the chair out from under black's bishop. And the knight is like, hey, I was promised a cushy little square on c5. So we might actually see Hans dropping the bishop back in either direction to vacate the square once again. Maybe then a repetition.
Yeah. It's grown on me, I must admit. Bishop d2, I just smacked of desperation when I first saw it, but it makes a lot of sense. And the one downside is you might just have to try and repeat now. And Hans is bullying Wesley with the idea of a repetition of moves. He's saying, I'm going to get that knight to c5 at any cost, and the white bishop dropping the whole way back. What are we going to see? Bishop back to f8?
I mean, if I'm Hans, I'm going bishop f8. I'm using this as a psychological test. Wesley's down 3. He's not on tilt, sort of based on his moves, but I don't know if Wesley wants to just cooperate and get the draw with white. In a classical game, no question, Wesley plays bishop e3. He's down on time. He's down on the clock. I don't think white has a choice, though, David. Knight c5 is literally a double attack. I mean, what, are you just going to lose the game instead of getting half a point?
I mean, I've done that myself. Just stubbornness is a common trait among chess players, but sometimes you do have to play the best move, even if it doesn't lead to the ideal result. And a draw, better than, like you say, a potential another loss. So bishop c5, will it be played by Hans? What's in Hans's mind? You mentioned the psychology. Will he try to just shut this game down now? Bishop c5, I believe, is going to be it's going to lead to the third time that position's been reached. Ooh, he does go for the draw, Dania.
Yeah, and I guess Wesley has the final chance to jump off before the train leaves the station. If Wesley moves his bishop back, I don't want to even count. I mean, it always gets complicated. The problem is any other move, right? Maybe with the exception of b3. And even after b3, Hans will take and go knight c5. And speaking of stubbornness, kudos to Wesley. I actually like this decision. It keeps the game going. And it's a risky choice, but I don't think Hans was expecting it. I think he had sort of relaxed and mentally prepared for the next game. Now he has to readjust and keep playing this one.
Yeah, there are all these cliches about the Russian school of chess and how you always repeat twice, then you kind of assert your dominance by continuing the game, showing your opponent that you're the one playing for the win, you're the one in control. But you don't want to mess around too much. You don't want to finesse it too much, especially positions like this where it's kind of levelish anyway. But yeah, b4 now on the cards. I like it too, Daniel. I think for Wesley, that might be a bit of a turning point. We talked about confidence. At least he's shown that he believes he can still fight this one on. He's not just going to beg for a draw with white when he's 3 points down in a match. So b4 coming. The white knight could get to c4 as well in the near future. Try to echo what the black knight's doing. But knight d7. Hans is just a great positional player. It's got to be said.
Yeah, no, he is. And I think people who haven't investigated his games and studied his actual play just assume that he's a firebrand off the board, and so he must be just a tactical juggernaut, just going for crazy positions all the time. You cannot reach 2,700 plus FIDE in the modern day by being a one-dimensional player. You simply can't. And while Hans was like that earlier, he's added new facets, new openings, and new approaches to his game. And one of those is just the ability to prosecute these very dry maneuvering positions at the highest level. By the way, rook d5, black had the move knight b6 there with a potential fork on c4. Now we're going to get mutual liquidation. And David, currently Wesley's up a pawn. Hans needs to be careful. Maybe b6 can be considered.
B6, yeah, potentially. Maybe you could also take on a5, put a black knight on e6, and the white a pawns might be doomed sooner rather than later. It still feels level, but definitely Hans with the questions to answer. And Wesley justified in his decision to play on for the win a bit earlier. Even if this game fizzles out towards a draw, which it should, then he can say, okay, moral victory. I played on. I asked Hans some questions, and he was the one who had to be accurate. Rook a7, a bit slow. Black's threats yet to really materialize, so I'm a bit surprised by that. But okay, the game goes on. Knight endgames, Dania. So tricky.
They are, and I actually think Wesley is maybe not taking over the initiative objectively, but I'm actually not seeing a clear path to equality now for Hans, a clear path to liquidating the queen side. The big problem is rook takes a5, rook takes b7. At the end of the day, white is going to be up a c3 pawn. Maybe knight e6 here?
Yeah, knight e6. I think he could have done this on the previous move as well. And the other knight's coming to c5 to snap off the a4 pawn. Or one of the knights is. Maybe the e knight now, just to keep the black e pawn protected. Ooh, okay. Knight c4. It's getting tactical.
c5 there could arrest the white rook, and then you might see black's knight circumnavigating there just to get to d6. Now, wait a second. This gets spicy. Holy.
Ooh, knight c4, so risky. Holy mokes, indeed. He plays it. He's going to trap his own rook here. Hans has got to go for that, surely. Unless he can take on a4.
I take more than you do, or do you? Or do I?
I think you do. f7's hanging at the end as well, so maybe your hand is forced here. Hans Niemann, he's going to be a pawn down.
Your hand is forced? Sorry.
I can't believe I got that one, Dania. I should have seen that one coming. I'm going to have to up my pun game. It's been a while, but knight takes c4. He's got to play it. c5. It's just the artist in him will want to play that move.
I think he's probably contemplating knight c4 and then also knight. He might be thinking about the next move. Or even rook c5 is also on the table. 10 seconds now for Hans. He's got to make a decision. Oof. He's trying to calculate this out, but he's got to trust his gut and go c5.
C5. The white knight gets around to B3 very quickly, though. So,
Oh, he
oh,
trusted his gut, and it was wrong. Knight C1.
yeah, knight C1.
Oh, and white plays A5. David, the problem is white ejects the rook, jailbreaks the rook, I should say, with A5 and rook A4. I missed that detail, and apparently so did Hans.
Yeah, one tempo was all it took there. Just before the white rook got trapped, the white knight came to its rescue, and yeah, 2 pawns up now. Ooh.
Okay. This should be winning for white now, and he's got 40 seconds to 4. Wesley cannot afford to fritter this opportunity away. He just can't.
How would you proceed here? He's going to drop one of those pawns. The white C pawn is doomed, but yeah, knight back.
King back.
At least white's... Oh, E5 hangs? Everything's hanging down yet. Knight takes E5, rook E7. It's like a merry-go-round. They're just going around in circles, chasing pawns.
And you got to be careful. Knight forks, right? I always say the position opens up. You forget the knight forks. Yeah, they exist. A5 was also possible, but Wesley trying to get the best version. Maybe knight C6, try to get the rooks off the board. That would be instant harakiri for black. Not rook C7, though. Got to move.
Rook C7. The white
Barely
knight
gets
just
it
has
off.
to get safe. Even via A5, there we go. It's going to get back to safety and 2 pawns up. If Wesley doesn't win this, he's not going to win anything because, I mean, this one should be a matter of technique, as they say. You can kind of semi-pre-move here, Daniel.
Oh, but you can get in your own head here, right? Oh, or not.
Whoa, a check, a double attack. He wins the knight and he wins his first game, Wesley. So we have a match, Daniel. It's back on.
And he's won, and he's done it in exactly the kind of fashion that he would want to win. You know, a game that didn't start off well. We thought it would be a draw. Wesley went for it. Got to take off your hat. You know, he was down on time, maybe slightly worse, but he made a calculated decision to take that risk, try to turn the narrative of the match on its head. And a frustrating loss for Hans, who followed the commentator's advice. That is the number one error. He played that C5 move, almost looked like he could trap the rook, but he was one tempo short. That is the story, David, of so many games that are decided by a single tempo.
That's right. It was just too tempting. We were advocating for it, but Wesley had calculated one move deeper than all of us, and he made it work. And yeah, fortune favors the brave. Again, really good tip for everyone at home. Take your chances. Keep the game going. Don't bail out with draws unless you really need to, because he played on and was rewarded for it. There we go. Hans Niemann still with a high win probability in the match overall, but yeah, feeling slightly less confident maybe than he was just one game ago. And this isn't a French defense, Daniel. It's Sicilian, but a good one maybe for black.
Yeah, David, I was going to ask you, like, if I showed you just this position, how much, would you bet that someone says it's either a French, and then they're like, oh, the bishop's missing. It must be one of those, Caracan lines. I think the Botman Carl's line. No, it's actually a Sicilian Moscow variation, in case anybody wasn't paying attention. Crazy how openings just meld into each other. Unrelated openings.
Yeah, they all evolve these days. They're like Pokemon. They always kind of level up, or they always, you gotta...
all the same.
I don't know. They're all the same. All these openings. And suddenly suddenly it looks like a 92 variation of the French. Or like yeah, it's a weird position. And black is behind in development. So I do kind of have alarm bells ringing here if I'm Wesley So. But what do you think, Dania? Is black's long-term superior pawn structure going to offset his lack of development?
It's a weird position. It's hard to get a handle on this because traditional wisdom would dictate that black has eliminated white's center pawn. So you could kind of see in the long run the knight dropping back and black sets his central pawns in motion. However, because the pawn is gone, white's bishop also has access to a really nice perch on this long diagonal. So you could actually see a battle unfolding for this e5 square. Hans might put his bishop on d4. He might even put a pawn on f4. He's got a lot of pieces, a lot of weight that he can put on that square. I would even consider f2, f4 as unappealing as this move looks. Yeah, the bishop's going to kind of complain, but he takes a much more concrete approach. David, b5. Ooh. Both pawns are going to hang once this knight moves out of the way. He's better have cooked something up.
Yeah, as I always say, with great space comes great responsibility. If you push pawns, you have to be sure you can back them up, and that takes a lot of calculation. He played it relatively quickly, under 10 seconds, that last move, Dania. But knight, yeah, I was going to say knight d8, knight b8. I don't know where you go, but how do you protect both your pawns? Hans not reacting on the camera. Clearly this was part of the plan. Black's still behind in development, but I mean, now it's a proper gambit.
Indeed.
Ooh, queen
and
g4.
I do this all the time. Just blunder first and then solve the problems later. Take out the credit now. But queen takes b5. I'm almost afraid to ask. And apparently so is Wesley, because he actually sends this queen toward the other side of the board. On says thank you very much, because b6, c6 is a critical tactical detail, and maybe Wesley overlooked that.
Yeah, I can guarantee Wesley was relying on some type of pin on the c5 pawn, but suddenly not so easy to execute. Queen c7, knight to b3. It's again annoying that b6 there can be met by a capture on b6. So yeah, Wesley not winning a pawn anymore. h5 a bit complacent maybe. He could have played that at any time. Why not take a pawn? It was a free offering there.
I'll come out and say it was a bad move by Wesley. And I'm actually going to show on an analysis board, if we could pull one up real fast, b6 here all comes down to tactics at some level. And after c6, not only, this is not just a trade, you can't take on b4 because white takes back with check, then picks up the bishop with a full extra piece. And David, as you so importantly point out, queen c7, knight b3. Now if you play b6, like, white doesn't have c6. No, white has c takes b6. Same exact idea. This time, taking the queen would hit the knight. Pretty inexplicable. Wesley trying to get the best version of the queen takes b5 position. He ends up not getting the treat at all.
And now suddenly those white pawns do look super strong, and this c6 type of idea still in the air a bit later if b6 ever occurs. Wesley slightly shaking his head there, so get a bit of a telltale sign of how he's feeling about that h5 move. Danya, yeah, you're a braver man than me calling it a bad move, but I agree. It just looks awkward now. It's going to hang in a lot of variations around the black king as well, and Hans now queen a5. Apparently not the best, but he's asking questions. The black queen side, looking so cramped and so awkward there. White really making things happen.
I was looking at b6 and knight b7. C takes b6, knight b7. But first of all, Hans still has the move c6 as an option, as a very enticing option. I should add, queen takes c6, though, could be a problem there. And I think Wesley actually is going for this weird tactical idea. But is it a gimmick, David, or is it a legitimate concept here to get this knight around to d6, maybe at the cost of a pawn?
Yeah, I quite like the idea. We should mention everyone at home that there is a queen trap idea as well. If you take on b6 and get hungry hippos here, queen takes a7, rook a8 would now trap the queen, so do not take that pawn. Although it does look quite nice to install a pawn on a7. But either way, just, yeah, queen a6 looks like a pawn sacrifice, and the black knight's coming round.
And I like Wesley's position. And actually, I think Hans should have played c6. And after queen takes c6, there he could have taken a7. And the bishop on e7 was hanging. I'm going to rewind just a quick second here because this is really important. I'm pretty sure c6 was overlooked or underestimated. Desperado is what perhaps both players were afraid of. And after queen takes a7, it's easy to forget the bishop is hanging. So black actually has to drop back to c7 or to b7. Now white can trade and pick up another pawn, establishing connected passers on the queen side. Big moment there. And now Wesley with phenomenal compensation. You still have the connected passers, David, but the rest of the position is very different.
Suddenly the black knight is going to be a real beast on the c4 square. White's queen in a bit of trouble potentially. And c3 is going to hang. Yeah, it's getting really sharp suddenly. Although Hans has had the upper hand, we've got to say, Danya, in these sharper positions when the clock ticks down. So I wouldn't put it past him to play a4 and promote those pawns simply, as long as he can survive the incoming tactics. But he still has to be a bit accurate here. He's got to drop his queen back, I assume, to d4. Maybe flicking queen a7 first.
You don't have to move your queen at all. I mean, just kidding. I'm pretty sure you do. You wouldn't put it past Hans to promote the pawn? I wouldn't put it past the pawns to promote because they are pretty passed. So you're doing the hard work, the legwork of these pawns. I'm just reaping the fruits.
I'm the assist king. I set you up, and you take the punchlines. But bishop f6, yeah, it does look scary for white. I've got to say, Wesley's shaking his head, but this is the best position he's had since that h5 move earlier. And okay, c3 is hanging. Ooh, do you take the white bishop? Bishop e5, bishop c3. Oh, tempting moves. Wesley gets the pawn back. Level material, Danya.
Knight d4, e5, queen f5. Actually, could have been considered. Hans going around to c6. That is a checkpoint, right? Winding his way around the black pieces. Queen a7 here is technically a fork, but the last thing you want with black is a queen swap, just because it's going to make these pawns really happy campers.
Yeah, instead he hits that white knight. His idea is rook c4 if the knight moves, and okay, tactics. Rook takes a4, bishop takes a1 threatened.
Only move, I think, is knight e5.
Hans sat back and shook his head there, Daniel. I don't think he saw rook c4 at all, so he's got to recompose himself. He doesn't find knight e5, and ooh, we should point out e5 looks like it wins, but queen f5, your move saves the day. Queen d8, the blue arrow, that is hard.
That is like a triple exclam, and it's a positional move because it reinforces the threat of e5 against folks. e5 runs into queen f5, and that's counterproductive, but the move I would be tempted to play is rook takes a4. Okay, so I'm not totally crazy. And I think black is still much better. Maybe queen d8 would have maximized the advantage, but with only one passed pawn, and now with the threat of e5 looming, I feel like Hans's position continues to crumble. He's down to his last few desperation tricks.
Yeah, the one thing Wesley shouldn't do, though, is try to cash in too early. You've got to be careful not to, for example, give up one of your pawns for that white b pawn that's running. You might well be left in a drawish endgame. So he's got to decide, does he go e5? Does he go, I don't know, rook to b4? There's lots of tempting options. He kicks the white queen, really forces the issue now. Queen f5, I'm assuming, is the move here for white. And, okay, we're going to see an endgame with the b pawn rounded up. Ooh, what's going to happen there? It feels like Wesley's got this under control. He's going to be at least a pawn up in the endgame. No, he keeps the queens on, Dania. He's being really brave, I've got to say, but look at Hans Niemann counterplay rook c8. Huge threat, but blocked.
Okay, so if you get a trade, then white will drop another pawn, and black will have the passer. Wait, is there a move here? Hans takes knight b5 maybe, and then queen c8, queen takes c4. Oh, knight c2. What a smart move, keeping the e3 pawn protected. David, this is exactly the scenario you warned about, where Wesley will get the b6 pawn, but only at the cost of one of his other pawns. And a 3-on-4, this is going to be really hard to win in a time scramble situation.
Yeah, queen and knight work extremely well together, especially now when there's pawns just on one flank on one side of the board. If the white knight ever gets to a better square, then white should be safe. So he's going in behind. He's walked inside his opponent's house here, just made himself right at home. But pawn to h3, where's that black queen going?
Hans has been opening his front door and then shutting it on Wesley when he wants to get out. Queen wants to get out. And he's trying to shut it down. But
risky
queen d7,
move, though.
queen d3, David, would you trade queens here if you were Hans?
I think I would. I think with a knight and its pawns just on one flank, you should be fine. And the e3 pawn was hanging, but the f7 pawn was hanging too. And ooh, king h6. He's
God, g4. Wait, is white not winning there? G4. Bishop g5. There's queen takes g5 and knight f3.
Look at Hans on the camera. Whoa. Wesley So staying alive here. You can play g5 here. Sack and fork, and
but it
should be a draw.
King g4. David, king g4 and king g3 there might have been winning for black.
Oh my god.
And wait a second, e4. This is not over
for the win.
Oh my god.
Playing for the win here. If he can keep his pawn alive.
It's anyone's game. Black could also win. Knight takes e5.
Knight takes e5.
Only move, I think.
And there we go, a draw. A really similar endgame to one that Hans had earlier against Anish Giri. And there's just enough time for another game, Dania. But that was breathless, that action at the end.
That was incredible. I got to show where Wesley missed that win at the very end, because I'm not sure myself. We don't have the engine running, folks. If I can pull that game up with an analysis board, let me just show people, and myself for that matter, how was g5 possibly a blunder? I thought it was a phenomenal tactical concept. Apparently, David, this boggles belief. Knight h2, and black wins here, not because he traps the knight, but because white is simply in zugzwang. He has to move the knight or the king and allow black's king to establish itself. Black wins by just shoving these pawns up the board. White cannot afford to give up a third pawn. But how can you blame Wesley for not realizing he's actually playing for a win there?
Yeah, the white knight actually had to give up that e-pawn. There was just no other way to make a move. And yeah, we were highlighting that dramatic ending to the previous game. Nothing new in this game. We keep seeing the same openings on repeat. It's another anti-Berlin. Bishop for knight exchange on c6. But oof, missed opportunity there. Huge missed opportunity for Wesley So, Dania. He needs to convert those. That was difficult, we've all got to say. But he needs to convert those if he's going to fight back in this match.
we're missing opportunity. Wesley's missing opportunities. We're missing a Hans. He got up there. It is now his move. Wesley playing a4, and another one of these sort of anti-Berlin structures, which we get so often in high-level chess. All right. Well, sometimes a man's got to do what a man's got to do. We have no idea what Hans is doing. Could be adjusting the air conditioning.
Yeah. Sometimes nature calls and you have to answer that call, as you say. But a4, we're going to see Wesley just try to sit on this position. And I've seen him more on the black side than the white, I've got to say. But I've seen him play these positions extremely well, Wesley. So, but then again, Hans has no weaknesses. He's escaped the opening in very decent shape with black. It feels like the opening battle, Wesley, yes, maybe slightly struggling. And there we go. He opens the center, but black has the bishops. So not the end of the world. I saw Hans win a very nice game against Vasily Ivanchuk in a very similar pawn structure. So fun memories. Knight to b6. There we go. Yeah, Danya, just never in trouble, Hans, in the opening, it feels like.
Yeah, and it really cannot this is a pivotal game. Even more so for Wesley because he had such a chance to win that last game. Hans, with 2 games now, one that he actually turned around and won. He almost won that last one. G4 threatened mate, but he's gotten a 1.5 points out of 2 positions that Wesley wants to get back. But this one, David, it really will decide the momentum going forward into the 3-minute segment. Early thoughts? I'm liking this for Hans. He's got the bishop pair. He's got the white center under control. It's important not to fall into the illusion that just because white has pawns on e4 and t4 that white is much better. That's, not how these top players think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, these days the trend is even to sacrifice pawns sometimes for the bishop pair when it's a semi-open position. And yeah, there are enough pieces that have been traded off the board for the extra space that white's center grants to not be the most relevant thing in the position. I'm undecided who I would pick here. I'm going to sit on the fence. Normally I would pick the bishop pair every time, but I love Wesley So's last move, rook e3. He's going to shuffle the other rook across to e1 and try to build an attack maybe on the king side. But yeah, as you say, pivotal game. I've been watching the SCC for years. I know you've been commentating on the SCC a lot, Danya, and a 3-point margin in the 5-minute section when actually Wesley might be aiming to bank some of his points here. That would be already living on the brink.
Yeah, and Wesley really needs a win, a wire-to-wire victory where he gets a good position out of the opening and then converts it without giving Hans opportunities to turn the game around. I think that would do wonders for his confidence. And right now, I like the way that Wesley's handling this middle game. Rook e3 was a really classy move. Now bishop takes h3 is actually not a threat because of knight h4, but Wesley goes king h1 anyway. I think that might be a waste of a tempo. It's not such a useless move. The king is pretty safe here, but this allows Hans to reposition his bishop to a more active square, maybe set up ideas like bishop f4. And I wouldn't be surprised if f7, f5 at the right moment is on his radar as well.
Yeah, if f5 ever happens and you can crack open the center for that black light squared bishop, then black really takes charge. We should confirm to everyone, we should reiterate, the timer at the top left of your screens has ticked to 0, so this is definitely the final game of the 5+1 portion. But after this game, we will have a break. We will see 3-minute, 3+1, and things will get only faster, only more furious. So yeah, stay tuned to everyone at home. This one, Danya, it feels like it's in the balance for now. Are we going to see f4 from Wesley? He's going for it. He really wants to strike in this final game of the portion.
And that queen is feeling anything but comfortable. I don't actually see the queen trap being threatened here. G4 and bishop e1 comes very close, but that's not the only problem. These pawns are scary, even if they don't lead to a queen trap. And you can see the blue arrow indicating the urgency with which Hans needs to play. And wow, after a head bob there, I don't know what that signified. f5 is on the board, and it's a pretty natural move. You cannot allow white to advance a pawn to g4.
Danya, if this were bullet, I would play the move g4 anyway. Fg4, yeah. Rook g1, just go for it. Open lines. It's probably not sound. It's probably reckless. But Wesley must be tempted to do something before black reestablishes some type of... now he goes for it, g4. f5 first.
Whoa!
This is erupted.
c5 just instantly delivered on Wesley's doorstep, and the point is to undermine this d4 pawn, which is protecting the knight, which is holding the position together. F, E, C, D, bishop d4, bishop e5. And when the smoke clears, it's the king on h1 that's going to be on the chopping block. DC, played by Wesley. Washington. Sorry.
Shaky stuff. Now we know the source of the head bob, at least. Hans had calculated 3 moves in advance there. He'd seen c5 from a mile away, but DC, does black take that back with his bishop? I mean, where to even begin? Do you take on e5?
Do you take on f5? Do you take on h3?
Do you just ignore everything, play queen g5? I don't know. It's just super sharp, this position. Wow.
It should be... No, sorry. This is actually not a move. This is important, right? Anytime you don't have an f-pawn, you have to watch the a2, g8 diagonal. Mm-hmm. And, well, what's your default, David? I mean, my instinct would be bishop takes c5. Hans takes the knight and drops his other bishop back. Clearly trying to accentuate the pressure on this e-pawn.
Yeah, this feels like the safer option. I agree. I would have started by looking in the other direction, but ultimately Hans has a lot more time than Wesley. So if you can see safe moves and play them quickly, then I think that's just as practical as calculating for a minute and finding a slightly better move. But wow, c5 was just crazy. And now it's really hard to tell whose king is safer.
Whoa!
G5.
Are you kidding me? G5. I would be thinking about rook takes c4, by the way. Seriously, that had to be calculated. And then bishop d5, probably unsound. G5? Really?
Whoa. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, if you showed me this, I would still I would think it's super sharp. But now, yeah, the black queen is actually trapped. And bishop d5, your tactic, but wrong order, Dania.
Wrong order and no preliminary sacrifice. And Hans causing himself just all of the problems in the world. King g1 now is actually a pretty natural move. Just get the king out of the pin. But Wesley blunders rook takes c4. Takes, and rook takes c4. And I think Hans, I mean, actually, white could end up losing those light square pawns. Can Hans save this?
I think at the very minimum, Hans is going to be safe. Rook takes e4, as you say, just before white is able to get the king off the diagonal, that light square diagonal, he's going to probably be able to hold that endgame. I think he might be a pawn up, Wesley So, but opposite color bishops, we all know about those. Rook takes e4, he's got to be found.
Let's also not forget CB exists and bishop takes a5, but even if both of those moves are played, the a-pawn's on a light square, Hans misses it. And he allows the king to step out of the pin.
Whoa, huge missed opportunity. Now the white e-pawn is going to decide the game. The e and f, they're going to run together. Again, it's about the quality, not the quantity, Dania. Wow, prediction, are we going to see another? I agree, they need it. Are we going to see another turnaround, though?
Well, bishop takes a5, another move I'm puzzled by. e5, e6, and f6. Wesley was 3 moves away. Just forget the pawns on the other side of the board. You don't care about them. You literally don't care about them. Hans cares about them.
And e5.
Okay.
Black rook on c4, almost trapped, but he's breaking that rook out now. Rook f4, maybe incoming. Maybe
remember, White had a trapped rook on c4 earlier that Wesley jailbroke. Now it's Hans's turn. Okay.
Pawns are blocked on the light squares right now, but white's rook is coming in.
He had rook f6.
Wow.
He still has it. Oh
my god. He's going to find it, Dania. Look at Hans on the camera. There was a pause. He needs to find it. He needs to take that pawn.
Unreal. This was basic Betty.
Wow. Maybe we show that later, but this is turning now in Wesley's favor. It's over. Rook d8, rook d7. Black's blockade is broken. He's frozen. Nothing to do.
Wow. I mean, I think just fatigue by both players here, and neither of them was really looking for these tactics, of which there were several, right? Rook takes e4, rook f takes f6. Chances of plenty for Hans, and I think that Wesley will not give him any further chances. That is a clinical move right there. Rook to e7, a statement move, and rook d8 is coming.
He's going to win a piece, Wesley So. I'm not going to say it's over, though. Just so many twists and turns.
No.
Ooh, he's going to win that piece at the right moment. Surely, but b4 is coming. Some counterplay.
Yeah, b4.
Or
you call it. Rook e2. No way. Where does the bishop go? Bishop's the one rook e1, David. And the bishop actually is trapped. You got to go rook d8 and give up the pawn. Okay,
Hans was laughing to himself there.
I'm going to let the moves speak for themselves, and you speak for the moves.
No, I should shut up too, Dania, because this is just... We said it, twists and turns. Hans himself was laughing on the camera. He might still lose this because white still has the B pawn.
David, rook e8 and trade rooks and bishop c5. Was winning on the spot. What are they doing here?
Now, ooh, we're going to see rook and bishop versus rook, surely, at some point, Danya.
Yeah, plus 60 minutes to the match. Or maybe Hans just wins the pawn and doesn't give up his other pawns. I don't think that's going to happen, though. c3 should be played at some point. But he's not hurrying. I mean, rook d1, you can play it essentially at your leisure.
Yeah, maybe he's going to give up his rook for the bishop at the right time and play c3 and force a draw instantly, but... Oof. There we go, c3 played. Draw incoming.
Hey, all 4 results are possible. Rook d1 is threatened, and Wesley has to give up his rook. It's Hans who's going to be pushing. No way.
I think the only person more amazed than us is Hans himself. Look at that, Danya. If he wins this now, I mean, I don't know how many twists and turns there were in this, but what a game. Wesley inside must be boiling.
Oh, he blundered rook a5! No! No, this didn't just happen. No, this did not just happen.
I'm lost for words. Hans Niemann takes the 5+1 section with a 3-game lead, 5-2. What a game we just saw. This is Hans reacting right now. We saw it on the camera. He's as shocked as anyone, Danya. No words can describe how mad that game was. Simply 5-2 his lead. And okay, that game we can say he rode his luck.
Oh my God. I need to learn a new language just so that I can have the terminology to describe what we just saw. This is going to take some time to process, but Wesley, he cannot play like that. I mean, it's really as simple as that. Hans has had some masterpieces in this 5+1 segment, but that game was Wesley's doing, and he has to step it up. He had so many wins there, ranging from complicated to the simplest possible moves like rook e8 and trade off the rooks. The fact that he loses that is a heartbreaker, but David, it's only a 3-point lead.
Yeah, only a 3-point lead. It is a marathon after all, and we will be going to the 3+1 section next. But Danya, the players have a break, and before we treat the viewers to a break, let's try and break down some of those moments, those twists and turns. I know there were so many of them. This is a big ask of you, but take it away. What were the highlights for you?
Well, I'll do my best, and definitely we have to do an instant replay of this final game of the 5+1 portion. I won't even reveal the result until the end. We all know what the result was. Let me fast forward through what, in retrospect, was the most boring opening of all time. Nothing portended the craziness that began around the late middle game when Wesley initiated a lightning attack on the king side. Hans met him at the top. Wesley said, no, I'm breaking through anyway. And now all pandemonium broke loose. F5, Hans finds the first sally with c5, a brilliant move, undermining this knight, leaving his bishop on pre. This was awesome. Wesley, he committed an inaccuracy. There were a couple of more minor inaccuracies. Ultimately, Wesley took the upper hand after this brazen pawn advance by Hans. Wesley slid his queen to g2. Suddenly, black's queen is in trouble. Here, Wesley had a chance to clean things up pretty quickly after rook e1, bishop c6 with the positional move king g1, preparing hg. And this is just curtains for black because the king side simply crumbles. But instead, after the queens were swapped, Hans had the second opportunity. A small tactic would have allowed him to trade all 4 of the rooks and make a pretty comfortable draw in the opposite colored bishop endgame. He missed that opportunity, and we thought, well, now it's definitely over. But another inaccuracy, actually several inaccuracies later, things got complicated for Wesley. Again, h5 was excellent by Hans. He managed to blockade the pawns, and now things get off the rails. This time for real. Rook takes f6 was missed here once, no, twice. Rook d6, Hans again had a simple tactic. The game is still probably winning for white, but this would have complicated affairs quite a bit. Instead, this is missed. Now it's over for sure, and Wesley demonstrates great technique. He gets his rook to d8, and the game is over. No, it's not, because after king g6, suddenly Wesley doesn't find the best way to promote this pawn. I think rook g8 might have been the move. Maybe king f3, chasing the rook off the file, but he didn't have the time to find it. And suddenly, Hans generates drawing chances. He wins Wesley's pawn on e5. Wesley's down to only 1 pawn. And here he had the simplest win of all. Simply rook e8, rook takes rook, and bishop takes pawn would have ended things for good. Not only did he miss that opportunity, Hans got his king to the right spot, traded off Wesley's last pawn, but now the ultimate shocker, Wesley lets this pawn slip away to c2. He has to give up his rook for it. It's still a theoretical draw that any grandmaster should make in his sleep. But that's exactly what Wesley did. Fall asleep. He plays the unthinkable move, bishop b8. When anything else is just a draw, he got his king to the right corner. He blunders rook a5. And Hans Niemann, the most incredulous of us all, he takes the final game. Yes, Hans won this game with black, and he has opened up a 3-point lead, putting Wesley So on the ropes as we enter the 3-minute portion, David. This was one of the craziest games in SCC history.
Yeah, Danya, I'm still recovering. Great breakdown there, covering some of the twists and turns that we saw. Ultimately, it is 5-2 to Hans Niemann, and that makes him a big favorite now to progress through this quarterfinal and get to the live finals in Paris. If he gets to the semifinals, he's there. And this is your chance to get your tickets for this year's SCC live finals. For the first time ever, you are invited to join the Speed Chess Championships 4 finalists as they compete in Paris for the crown. All tickets will get you in the room with our live commentary team, including Daniel Naroditsky, plus perks like streamer booths and raffles, and you can level up your ticket tier to unlock the VIP lounge, meet the players, greet the players, and more. Diamond tier tickets have already been sold out, so act fast. Head to go.chess.com/SCC tickets or use exclamation point ticks in chat to book your seat at the historic finals. We're headed to a break. Join us again in just a few minutes.
Looking for some cool merch or a gift for that person who loves chess? We've got you covered in our all-new merch store, literally from head to toe. Whether it's a hot date or just hanging out, it's always chess time somewhere. Just ask Mittens. Okay, well, Mittens is just a stuffed toy, so maybe don't ask Mittens. But you can check it all out at chess.com/shop right now.
How fast are the fastest chess players in the world? Bullet chess is a wildly popular format, with hundreds of thousands of games played daily on Chess.com. Players have a total of just 1 minute to play all of their moves. Hikaru Nakamura has the highest bullet chess rating ever achieved on the platform and is a 4-time bullet chess champion. On average, he spends just 8/10 of a second on a move, one of the fastest cadences in the world, all while playing better quality moves than most of us can with hours on the clock. Despite his fast speed, Hikaru rarely pre-moves, doing so only 15% of the time overall, and 36% of the time when under 20 seconds. Daniel Naroditsky has more bullet games than any other titled player on Chess.com, a mind-boggling 141,000 games. He takes just 1/100th of a second more than Hikaru overall, but when in a time scramble, he's pre-moving almost 10% more. While bullet chess is fast, Hyperbullet is even faster. Players just have 30 seconds total for the game. Andrew Tang, generally considered the fastest mouse in chess, just won Chess.com's first ever Hyperbullet championship. He's actually slightly slower overall than other top players, with an average move time of 9/10 of a second. But in a time scramble, his anticipation is unreal, as he pre-moves more than half of his moves. If you want to be a bullet chess legend, you are going to have to be a master of split-second decisions. Good moves are great, but what matters is often how fast you can get them on the board.
This summer, Paris, France is set to hold the greatest sports spectacle the world has ever seen. And no, I'm not talking about the Olympics, though that's pretty cool too, I guess. It's the 2024 Speed Chess Championship. In the 2024 Speed Chess Championship, 16 of the world's greatest speed chess superstars take up the gauntlet. Only 4 will make it to Paris. For the first time ever, few are invited into the battleground. Book your ticket now for arena-side viewing, live commentary, immersive pop-up booths, and more. Level up your ticket to gold, platinum, or diamond to unlock special event gift boxes, a VIP lounge, and player meet and greets. Hurry before the clock runs out.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship. We are now seeing beautiful shots of Paris, the destination of the SCC finals in September. Remember, exclamation point ticks if you want to get tickets to what could be a historic match. And the players here, Hans Niemann and Wesley So, are playing for their spot in Paris. The winner will be there and book their ticket to France. Not just that, the winner of this match will play either Magnus Carlsen or Arjun Erigaisi. Wow, mouth-watering stuff, Dania, and 5-2 makes Hans Niemann a favorite.
My mind is still blown. I thought maybe the break would help put things in perspective. No, I'm still speechless at what just happened. But if you're Wesley, as the 3+1 segment gets underway, you're telling yourself two things. First of all, 3-point lead. That's it almost feels like a 10-point lead after that last game. But in fact, this is still very much a surmountable deficit. Second, you pretend that 5+1 portion, David, that it never happened, that this, in fact, is the start of the SCC match.
Yeah, he has to forget. He has to not think about the fact that maybe, on paper at least, this is Hans Niemann's best time control. What a two-pointer, as we call it, when he could have just been 1 point behind. Instead, he's 3 points behind. Heartbreaking stuff. But Wesley shaking things off. He's professional. And deja vu on the board, at least. Another Italian and very theoretical stuff, Dania.
And again, we're going to get this semi-anti-Berlin structure as Hans kind of pressing the transform button with his last two moves. Bishop takes knight, and then d4, getting central control. And once again, in return, black has the bishop pair. And I actually quite like this pawn cluster. Not only is it solid, but you can use those doubled pawns as battering rams. You can, of course, play d6, d5, which has been both players' choice in previous games. You could also orient your play toward c5 and try to create some nice little dark squares for yourself in the center.
Yeah, I think we'll see those themes, those ideas pop up in the near future as we see a trade. Not necessarily what Wesley would have wanted to do. Often you want to keep the bishop pair, but here it's more based around the fact that he will be able to quickly challenge the white center. Really solid opening. Again, I don't think either player necessarily winning the opening battle, but it's just the positions that they get later. It's just the trickery with no time on the clock. It's clear Hans is the quicker, sharper of the two right now. So Wesley, do you feel that should kind of force him to adapt his game strategy, maybe be a bit more direct, Dania?
More direct, trust his intuition, and obviously he has to exploit, those one-move opportunities. We're so used to Wesley just being a stable player, being just like the classic consummate professional, and not having, those breakdowns that, I certainly have. You wake up on the wrong side of the bed and, I can't tell a queen from a rook. And, if a move doesn't hang a piece, then I'm shocked. But, these 2750 plus players, they don't typically have even a single game like that. But that said, you've got to tip your hat. Hans had some really, really nice games, and he really set the tone for that last game disaster. But it's in the past now, and I like the way that Wesley has adjusted thus far. My only worry is that Hans, he is not going to sit idly by and let Wesley massage him on the queen side. He's going to do a little massage of his own. And knight h4, David. Oh, queen g3, the storm clouds. They're gathering over Charlotte right now as we speak. I am afraid they're also gathering over black's king after knight h4.
Yeah, knight h4. I liked that black rook lift, rook to e6, but the f-pawn might be coming now to target that rook, f4, f5 on the radar. As we mentioned earlier, Hans, the reason he's so strong is he has two gears. He can play positionally, but he can also just go for it. I think in his blood, he wants to be an attacker, and f4, f5 looks so tempting. There we go.
Ooh.
Wesley facing that storm, facing the thunder. I mean, how do you weather this this incoming?
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
Where did this come from? Wesley was literally just slightly better. Now he might be lost. And what's crazy is that the knight on h4, it's not there to jump to f5. It's there prophylactically. It's there as an auxiliary piece to protect the g6 square long enough so that white's pawn now reaches f5. Now the knight can kind of change its role and jump into the attack. It could sacrifice itself at the right moment. There is nothing that would stop me from resisting the temptation. Hans doesn't resist it either, and perhaps he shouldn't. David, bishop takes h6, knight f5. These sacrifices are swirling in the air. Michael Tull has gotten up from his grave.
Exactly. I mean, black literally has one defender, the black knight. I don't think any other pieces can contribute to the black king. I always say when a queen and a king are so far divorced from each other, the black queen just totally wrong side of the board, then you're bound to get checkmated. A queen is a necessary defender, and in the meantime, you're facing the white queen, white knight, white pawns, bishop. Oof, dark squared, disaster here. I would click the resign button, I've got to say.
Yeah,
I say it
grab
reluctantly.
dodgers. He's rook on a8 and queen on b8. They need to join the fight here, and it's already too late. David, bishop takes
Bishop
h6 and knight f5. I wasn't kidding.
Exactly.
In
You
either
beat me
order.
to it, bishop h6. I mean, yeah, I think any top player here now is looking in that direction at least, and Hans just stopping to calculate.
Also good. You can't even take it because of mate.
Yeah, take it. The black king, no shelter. Queen h4 looks good too. Oh, just take it though. Stop calculating. It's over. 6-2 incoming.
And he did it without a sacrifice. I mean, knight f5 wasn't a sack because you couldn't take the knight or you'd be sacrificing your king. And that knight is not done. It's waited patiently on h4 long enough. It really needs the full 10-course meal. Wesley resigns. And not a good sign for him. Not a good omen. As Hans takes the first game in very convincing fashion.
Yeah, Daniel, would you say that's the start of tilt maybe? Or is that just, I mean, Hans getting a great kind of initiative out of the blue? How would you describe that last game?
I think it was more the latter. It actually felt like Wesley was in control. He'd gotten what he wants. And then in the span of 3 or 4 moves, right? This is what I pointed out earlier. It seems like a lot of these games are decided by what seems to be an insignificant inaccuracy, but just like that, the position transforms, and Hans always seems to be on top of these transformations. He switches gears, in your words, David, when he needs to, and of course, his conversion has been excellent as well, and Wesley just keeps repeating the same structures. Maybe that change is what he needs. We'll see. It's still very early days in the 3-minute portion.
Still early. We still have 43 minutes of 3+1. So, yeah, plenty of action ahead, judging by what's come already in this match so far. I would advise, actually, Wesley to switch things up if within the next couple of games, especially with white, he doesn't get anywhere because clearly it's not working and clearly he needs to at least test Hans in a different type of way. But in the meantime, yeah, another slow type of Italian Roy Lopez hybrid here. Bishop's coming off the board most likely. Hans super solid, not active for black, but yeah, I don't foresee too much danger, at least in the near future. And if it gets to a time scramble, we know what happens there. So at least Wesley playing quickly, Dania. I don't even know what to advise other than an opening change to mix up his fortunes here.
No, sometimes a change of pace, literally. Just starting to trust your intuition. Wesley's storied intuition has won him so many games. It's made him a very consistent top Blitz player over the years. And especially when it comes to these critical moments. Maybe we'll see Wesley making some of these decisions a little bit faster. Like I would just play bishop takes c6 and d4. Trust your gut here. Maybe queen b3 and then d4. But oftentimes I see players hesitant to put their queen on b3, even as good as it looks, David. It's actually not really dangerous because black can even go queen d7. And the pawn on b7 is untouchable because, well, your queen gets trapped.
Yeah, Hans really asking for queen b3. He even moved his rook away from potentially defending the e-pawn. But yeah, Wesley, at least this pace is a much healthier sign. Whether it's d4, whether it's b4, queen b3, he just needs to keep going, just keep playing. Only stop to calculate if really necessary. Save time. And okay, big question now. D takes e5, d5. He's got choices, Wesley. So he tries to change the pawn structure. Dania, we've seen it before. This pawn structure again. It's really a match of themes and patterns so far.
It's been really fun to, I'm kind of more partial to the second type of SCC match, like the one we saw yesterday, where they keep changing their openings and keeping, their opponent and the viewers on their toes. But these matches have their virtues too. We really get to watch the depth of the player's knowledge because when they repeat pawn structures, the games have still been very different. We cannot accuse either player of not giving us the entertainment that we deserve. We've gotten more than we deserve. And this pawn on e5 is hanging. Very profound statement. And so is the queen. David, don't want to say anything controversial here, though.
Wow, I didn't spot that.
I
2 right now. That looks terrifying.
I think my internet might have broken up there for just a second, David, but I can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah, it looks
Whoa,
like
whoa, whoa, whoa.
sacrifices. Super tempting, Danya.
Whew. GF, queen
Would
h5.
you-
There is queen takes c6, though.
Ooh. So close, but so tempting. Just open up that white king. Just queen f7, you can slow play instead of queen h5, maybe. I don't know, take rook d3.
D3?
D3, queen c4. He's looking at stuff like that.
Rook d3, queen c4, then rook f3. But 30 seconds now for Hans. He can slow play it on the board, but not on the clock anymore.
He needs to speed up. And he needs to do something. He plays rook d3 first, so setting up potential sacrifices around the white king. Not best according to the computer, but a scary move to face if you're Wesley So. And okay, I like what Wesley's doing. He's provoking Hans. Queen c4 incoming as a double attack. Hans with 20 seconds against nearly 2 minutes.
And such a good decision by Wesley. David, queen c4 was a fork. It was an Arkady Forkovich, but it would have triggered some forcing moves. This is exactly what makes Wesley such a beast. King h7, too slow. Queen c4 now wins the game. Now there's no rook f3. There is, but it's ineffective.
There we go. Hans is going to shake his head. Don't know if he's missed this one or miscalculated. But either way, Wesley's going to strike back. We will have a match on our hands, and the speed Wesley has showed, really impressive. And white's king safe on g2. This one should be over. But I say it reluctantly, Danya. Should,
in theory, if this weren't a crazy SCC match. But okay, rook d1, king g2. 90 seconds on the clock. I think Hans's only chance is to go queen g6 and try to provoke some dark square weaknesses. But that ain't going to happen. Queen takes e5. And it's resigns.
Wesley, he's seen it all, and he gets the dub. He gets the win, finally, for Wesley So. The streak is broken, and he's back in the match. It's now only a 3-point deficit, 6-3, and another Italian. Yeah, I don't think we even need to comment on the opening stages of these games, Daniel. It's just repeat, rinse, and go again.
We got so much to discuss from the previous games that I think this is a blessing in disguise. But yeah, David, I think this was a good confidence boost, and you never know what the key adjustment is that you need to make, right? Sometimes it's openings. In this case, I really, really think Wesley needs to keep his foot on the gas pedal in terms of pressing Hans's clock. Not literally, you're not pressing a clock. It's an online game. Now, I had this position against... Actually, there is a very important idea there that I wanted to display. If instead Black would have played ED, CD, and gotten excited about the center fork trick, looks great for Black. Womp womp. Rook takes e7 is the critical detail, and White gets 2 pieces for a rook. So that doesn't work. That is why you have to get your knight off of the e-file. Then it becomes a threat, which is why the bishop moves back. And here we go with this again.
Wow. Central tension. White doesn't even need to touch any of those pawns. Bishop to g5, I believe, is also a move. So this is some heavy theories by both players. But yeah, interesting stuff that they are repeating. And it is Wesley So in the 3+1 segment so far, who has been the quicker of the two, as he does a bit of a furious blink there. But 30 seconds up on the clock. He's caught Hans maybe in a move order trick here. And we will see simplifications. And Black's fine. Black's totally fine. Keeping the speed.
Yeah. And more craziness in the center. C4, C6, B4. I mean, intending CD, actually a very logical move. I really like this move because C takes D5 will be met with C5. Then White will recapture and establish a blockader on D4. I'm not convinced that position is so clear-cut, though. I mean, Black's knight will land on E4, and the queen's just waiting in the shadows to make its presence felt.
Yeah, either way, Wesley, I don't think he has much choice. I think he needs to take on D5 pretty much, unless he
What
goes
about A5, David? Just kidding.
And then White will play A4 just for the fun of it. But no, A5, C5, the idea is to drop back with the black bishop to A7. Yeah, that's sharp. Maybe A... Yeah. Who knows? Wesley needs to decide quickly, though. There we go, A5. You called it. The prophet back in action.
Yeah, well, I added the just kidding in case he didn't play it. I had the disclaimer already in place. But this is why I was sort of just kidding, because I thought that White can actually play A3, and I forgot that you actually haven't played D6 yet. You know what I mean? Like, you can't make both of these moves at the same time. You can try, but the Chess.com server won't allow you to do it.
Yeah.
And
Connect 4. The rules, you can only put down one chip at a time, and B4 collapses the root of the pawn chain. Hans has gambled everything on his past D pawn, Danya. This is crazy, this position. So irrational.
man, he's gotten to the root of the pawn chain. Now he's performing a root canal on that pawn chain. Fortunately, I've never gotten one and hopefully never will. But now this c5 pawn disappears, which only leaves Hans with this d6 pawn. There isn't an easy way to add defenders to the pawn because the f4 square is controlled by the knight. Maybe you just switch your focus entirely, David. And, whoa, queen b4, bishop a5 is also a critical detail. Oh, he's nasty.
Careful. I think Hans might have missed that detail when he walked into this variation a few moves ago, and Hans is burning so much time on the clock. It feels like he wants to win in an artistic fashion. He's walked into this exchange sacrifice, I guess, bishop a5, although there is a pin on the a file.
Oh, God. But look at that, those tactics. I mean, Wesley can take literally all of your pieces, save your knight, are on the first rank. There must be a tactic. It smells. Takes f2 and queen b6, David. What you think of that, boy?
I love it. I think I would be I mean, I would definitely calculate it, but I would be too tempted to just go straight for that variation. The white queen in the corner is hanging and or trapped in a lot of variations. The white king will be forced out.
Wesley has to just, he sees it for sure, but he's overdoing it sometimes. And bishop h3.
Double exclamation point there. Deservedly so. Bang, that's an explosion. Defending the rook on a8 for everyone at home. No more pin on the a file. The white rook is hanging on e1.
Oh, God.
Wow, Danya. Tactics.
Tactics, and that bishop is not done, as you indicated so astutely. The queen now connects to the rook, so Hans had to waste a golden tempo, letting this bishop situate itself on the best square on the board, g4. Now a pin, more discoveries in the air. Hans is crumbling here on the board, on the clock. This is a big, big chance for Wesley to finally seize some real momentum in this match.
Huge chance for Wesley So. And yeah, Hans belatedly developing his pieces. They were all fast asleep in the corner there. I kind of forgot it's just level material after all of that kind of mess. It's back to level material, but ultimately it is the white pieces that are struggling for coordination. And yeah, you're highlighting h5, h4, just push. Feels like lining up bishop b6, something on the f2 square. It's so close. Even just wrecking the white pawn structure. Bishop takes f3, knight h5, just come in.
Or
it's
both.
So scary for white.
Do it now. Bishop takes f3. Hans really wants to put a bishop on g5. That's why h5 would be too slow. Wesley, he sets up another discovery. Maybe he'll set up another one a little later on the c file. Where's the crusher, though? Because the time situation, it's starting to equalize. Maybe bishop e6 and knight g4 can be considered. Just keep creating threats. What do you think, David? Bishop f3 still a possibility?
Yeah, bishop f3 I would be calculating, followed by knight e5, but he goes for one of your other options. And he's hoping for queen takes c6 here. There would be a skewer with rook c8, but no. He wasn't born yesterday, Hans Niemann. He needs to hold his king, though. The f2 square. Black queen soon coming.
Bishop d5 is also really nasty. The e file. Black's rook on f8 hasn't woken up yet, and when it does, white's pieces might start falling asleep again. f6 and rook e8.
G5. Yeah, he finally got that bishop g5 move he wanted, but it's going to come too late. This is a pin and a win for Wesley So surely.
Don't go f5. Simply take the bishop.
Now f5.
Now go f5.
Yeah. And this one, it's just a piece, no?
Yes.
It's a piece. Wesley, as long as he avoids time trouble blunders, has this in the bag. Knight takes d6, no?
Listen, I don't have peace of mind until this game is over. Knight h6 and bishop f2, all roads lead to Minneapolis in Wesley's case.
Still a piece to the good. And with more time on the clock, Hans playing out of inertia here. He's two pieces down.
Keep going.
Whoa, one of them given back.
No reason to resign. Wesley's got a couple seconds. One last try, but this is a check. And the queen slides to the right square. Hans will take some time off the clock. Maybe a Rosentrap can be tried. I would try a Rosentrap. Get rid of your g-pawn and give up your rook on the right square. But I don't think Hans is even thinking in that direction right now.
No, Hans just playing on to take that match clock down. As you mentioned, the first sign of this strategy. We will see a checkmate next move. But he's going to burn the clock. And okay, 3-1, 3+1 so far, going in Wesley's direction. There we go. Wesley takes the win. 6-4, getting closer.
2 wins in a row, and most importantly, 2 wire-to-wire wins. From start to finish, Wesley played professional, high-level chess, tactically and positionally, the kind that we're used to, him playing in faster time controls. And this one, really an X-factor game. Hans needs to try to wrestle some of that momentum away from Wesley. One more win, David, and it's suddenly a 1-point match just like that.
Exactly, and still over 30 minutes left of the 3+1 portion here. In the last game, Hans Niemann retreated the bishop back the whole way to f8. Instead here, he blocks the pin, so not groundbreaking stuff, but a different move, forcing Wesley to pause and think. It's definitely the switch up. As you mentioned, just that foot on the pedal, Danya, keeping the speed. It's suited Wesley until this move.
David, I don't know. I mean, my mama taught me you're not supposed to allow that in the Italian. Don't they always go bishop b3 to prevent black seizing the bishop here? Do you think Wesley might have mixed something up here?
I think definitely. Or they play a4 just to give the bishop a hidey hole on the a2 square. But yeah, Bobby Fischer would be spinning right now, trading off the Spanish bishop. How dare you? But yeah, this position is still fine. White still has ideas of expanding with d4. Early days, but Wesley needs to keep the pace.
At least give away the British bishop, but the Spanish bishop, no. Bishop of Canterbury has something to say about that.
Exactly.
D5 is an idea, but it's actually very hard to carry it out because you're always having problems with d5. I think in this structure, David, I would be orienting my play toward f7, f5 as a self-respecting King's Indian player.
I was going to say you're too loyal to those ideas. Here, though, it does look very tempting to open up that bishop on b7. Oh, the King's Indian, the bane of my existence, that opening. Knight h7, f5's coming, like you called.
Man.
g5, g4, pawn storm.
We're seeing a lot of King's Indian action here for an opening that has nothing to do with the King's Indian. Hans tried to diffuse the queen side, but wait, c6, he's weakened tons of squares on the queen side. That was a really sloppy way to do it. And now c6, David. And Wesley actually might be striking first before Hans so much as sets this pawn in motion.
Yeah, c6 was tempting, knight a5 even was tempting, but yeah, slightly anti-positional by Hans to give away the center like this. The black e5 pawn is a bit tender, like you're highlighting there, d4, c6, everything on the radar. Okay, still in the balance though. Black's bishops do give long-term potential if Wesley opens things up at the wrong moment. So f3, he's really trying to play quickly here, Wesley. So I think he's just avoiding actually some key variations down here, but maybe a wise practical choice.
And maybe I'm looking too deeply, but King h1, Bishop g1, and d4 I thought could be on the horizon as well. But that's, if he found that in a Dvoretsky book, it would have 2 question marks. If Naroditsky suggests an idea like this, it's probably more like 2 question marks. Instead, Wesley, he just goes d4 straight away. And look at that awareness, David. The moment Hans's queen moved, that's what enabled the move d4. It's the fact that the pawn on c7 is now hanging. Don't go bishop d6, though, because of queen takes d6.
Yeah, every move has consequences, like you pointed out there, and loose pieces drop off, as you like to say. That white queen on c2, a bit loose, so the bishop has to fall back to g3, and d4 is hanging, and will be rounded up, bishop f2, but it feels like black is active enough here, Daniel. I'm not sure how, queen c4, d3, you pointed out. Feels like you should be able to liquidate things and seek some kind of safety here for black.
I almost would go so far as to just throw away that d pawn, go d3, and try to get your bishops to start working for you, because right now white's controlling all the business squares. Wesley's the kind of guy who's going to take the fun out of the building by putting a rook on d3 at the right moment. Maybe d3 again, but Hans is trying to keep the status quo here. And obviously it's not going to be easy for white to break through.
Not going to be easy, but I do love Wesley So's knight a5, b4, locking down the queen side completely. Hence Hans' decision to switch focus to the other side of the board, but queen trade, yes or no? What would you play here for white, Daniel?
Probably trade and bishop e5. He puts bishop on d6. Sorry, I couldn't get the words fast enough. Wesley's already 5 steps ahead.
Yeah, they're playing very speedily. Now bishop e5 looks even more tempting. Might just pick up a pawn. Yeah, bishop e7 as well looks like it might round up a pawn. Black does have a very strong past d pawn of his own, but hard to get that one rolling down the board. Bishop e7, bishop e5. Wesley needs to keep the speed though. There we go. Your move.
kind of a reprisal of that first game where Wesley used that bishop and worked it all the way around to f8 and sent Hans's king on a walk. That feels like a universe ages ago, but in fact, it was this very same match. A rook is finally on d3, so Wesley has his eyes on the d4 pawn, and his eyes are getting wide. Rook d1, knight b3. David, is it worth removing this knight from its superb blockading post, or do you make these slow improving moves first?
Yeah, I would be lazy to calculate with 30 seconds on the clock. I would play a move like king f2, but no, the top players, as you kind of hint at there, Dania, they do know when to switch up and play really concretely. And why not round up a pawn, win a pawn while you can? Just before Black was able to double up rooks, maybe that treat on d4 was suddenly going away. So opportunistic and strong. Knight takes d4. Do you take with a rook? Take with a knight? Don't want to get pinned.
Yeah, there's some tactics to calculate there. Maybe with 30 seconds, I'm taking probably with a rook, and then you can recapture with a knight. But Hans will have, at the right moment, watch out for a5, and he does take with a knight. What's his idea against rook d8? There must be some tactical shenanigans he's set up here.
Rook e1, rook e6, rook takes a6. There's a lot of checks there. Ooh, we're going to find out. We're going to find out, Dania.
Q1, king f4, king f2 is just a funny mating construction. Sorry, go ahead. Will we see the check? No.
Oh, no. c6, he's banking everything on his pawn, but wait, rook takes d4, c7. Oh my god.
King back, though. He's going to lose this pawn. It was fancy, but it was wrong.
Okay, c7. Yeah, it's just gone too far. And he's still pinned on the d file.
What pawn?
Exactly.
Bishop b7.
Oh, wow.
Knight is hanging.
This is anyone's game.
We've
Hans
seen
won a
this
very
next
similar
game
game to
before.
this.
Yeah. Good man.
Beat me to it, Dania. Okay. Who you betting on here? Who are you predicting? Wesley with 5 seconds.
I think draw is likeliest, but Wesley, 3 seconds, that's the huge problem. He's definitely in the driver's seat. Hans, in a classical game, might consider swapping, but he's playing for the win here just as much as Wesley is. No, I think Wesley has a big edge now. Knight c5. No tactics on the board. That's the problem. 1 second, though. Make a move, Wesley.
Yeah, no tactics yet, but the black king at some point might make a dart for the queen side. Go for that white b pawn. Wesley's trying to bail out with a draw. And there we go. It is peaceful in the end, Dania. And they're starting this game, but I do believe it's a halftime break in the 3+1 portion. There we go. And that game aborted. Hans Niemann still holding a 2-point lead, 6.5 to 4.5. Wow. I think he'll be glad to see the end of that kind of run where he suffered.
Wow. Double forfeit, also known as game aborted. But definitely another fantastic save by Hans. Wesley, though, definitely still in the driver's seat, and he should not let that disappointing result take away from his broader view of the match. It's only a 2-point deficit, and this is a good time for a break for Hans. He needs to reset and try to keep this lead, this cushion, going into the bullet. But we still got plenty of blitz left to play, David.
That's right. And this match so far has been down to the clock in multiple games. And if you need a clock that never hits 0, then we have just launched the V2 of chess clocks. They've been flying off the shelves, this time with a brand new colorway. In order to order a clock before they sell out again, visit go.chess.com/merch or use !merch in chat. And I'm going to be doing that in the break. I hope everyone at home enjoys this break, because when we're back, it's more 3+1 with Hans Niemann with a 2-point lead. See you soon, everyone.
Looking for new ways to enjoy chess? Check out our schedule of Chess.com community events today. Mondays, play Rapid Opening Roulette and expand your opening repertoire with a new opening each month. Tuesdays, compete against other Untitled players in Untitled Tuesday. Battle your way to the top in Arena Kings on Wednesdays. And finish the week off each Saturday with the blistering Community Bullet Brawl. All happening in the Community Club on Chess.com.
So, this particular piece of advice is actually kind of a meme, and I think it originates with Grandmaster Ben Feingold.
Never play f6. Never play f6. Never.
And it's been uttered so many times by so many people and in so many contexts that it's kind of turned into a meme. And so a lot of people, when they hear never play f3 or never play f6, they don't know if it's an actual piece of advice that they should follow, or is this purely some sort of memeable phrase? And I actually think it's largely the former. It is a legitimate piece of advice, and it's actually a very good one. Now, as with all such phrases, it can't be treated as a dogma. Just off the top of my head, I can probably set up 100 positions where the only winning move is going to be to push a pawn to f3. And this advice applies exclusively to middle game positions where there are a lot of pieces on the board. In endgames, never play f3, never play f6 is essentially useless. So what is Ben's advice originally aimed at? The way I understand it, it's originally aimed at a set of positions, usually in the early to late middle game, in which you're castled to the king side if you're white or you're black. And it speaks to the fact that pushing your f1, either one or even two squares, but particularly one square, is typically a very weakening move. So when you're castled to g1 or g8, playing the move f3, not only does it weaken the a7 g1 diagonal and exposes you to a wide range of different tactics, but it weakens in sort of a long and very annoying way the squares around the king side. So it opens you up to a whole host of different tactical possibilities. And in my experience, it really is true. When you play the move f3 or f6 without due provocation, if there's no good reason to play it, you're just asking for trouble.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship. It's quarterfinal day with Hans Niemann in the lead right now, 6.5 to 4.5 against Wesley So. We're in the 3+1 segment, we're halfway through there. Still plenty of time ahead in the match, and I'm joined by Daniel Naroditsky. Daniel, thoughts on what lies ahead?
Well, I'm going to repeat what I said after the last break. I don't want this match to end. This has been absolutely amazing action, back and forth. Hans has been in control for a long time, but Wesley has made a big statement with 2 consecutive wins before giving up half a point to Hans's incredible resistance. Off we go once again, 22 huge minutes, David. And then, of course, the bullet. Wow, an Italian, really? I cannot believe my eyes.
I'm equally shocked, Dania. Who would have thought another Italian? For anyone at home hoping to learn about the Spanish opening, the Rolo pairs, or the Italian, the Gioco Piano, then yeah, this is the match for you. We see another exchange in the center, and knight takes e4. You're pointing out this central fork. This time it might work, Dania.
Yeah, and Wesley, I think, was a little bit confused there, pausing to make sure that there were no shenanigans. And did Hans miss this? It's hard to say, but I don't think it's a catastrophe for white. I think bishop d3, that's sort of the textbook way to respond, preserving the bishop pair. definitely not what Hans wanted out of the opening, though. Black is going to get the d5 square. And Wesley, this is exactly the kind of position that he lives for.
Yeah, I just want to point out as well, quick sharp tactics from both. Bishop takes b7 last move would have been met by rook a7, trapping that bishop behind enemy lines. So, yeah, sneaky and very quickly spotted by both players. This position looks totally healthy, very healthy for Black. And, yeah, opening success.
I thought queen d5 there. I'm spending way too long trying to calculate that out. Way too pleased with myself for saying one dumb, cheap tactic. But anyways, Hans has to get active here. Wait a second. Bishop g5, f6, queen e6.
Ooh,
what?
And then just take on f6, right?
But even just seeing queen e6 should be enough to get you to move that knight out of e7. He got the d5 square. He set it up. He set the table. He forgot to cook the dinner. And does Black have no way to allow bishop e7 and then pin this bishop? No, because White's going to have knight g5 in the end, setting up devastating threats against h7, like queen d7, David, bishop takes c7, bishop d8. At a minimum, White has knight g5. Does Black lose on the spot?
It looks that way. I mean, how does Wesley keep the game going? Queen d7, he gives up the piece, but we're going to walk down that line you pointed out. Knight g5 is over. It's just over. Queen h4. It's checkmate.
You cannot allow a game like this. You just can't if you're Wesley. Sorry, David. Go ahead.
No. You basically explained exactly what I was saying. It's bizarre. Wesley could have just played knight d5. Why did he walk into this self-pin? It was self-destructive.
And
there we see. Wow. Okay, it's back to a 3-point lead for Hans Niemann, 7.5 to 4.5. I believe that was the score in his match against Anish Giri as well. So interesting mirror image there, but it's back to the Spanish, the anti-Berlin. Yeah, Daniel, as you said, you can't allow games like that, and it was self-inflicted.
Yeah, and I'm sure Hans is actually thinking the same thing. I have a feeling he's aware that it's the same score against Anish. They are playing in the city hall of a Dutch city. I think their match continues tomorrow. So Hans, he has a full slate of chess, morning to night, literally online, over the board, you name it. But if you're leading and you got that cushion, yeah, you can kind of throw away a game or two. If you're Wesley, this potentially undoes all of the effort that he expended to bring this match to within striking distance. Now this is a huge game again. And finally, we get a slightly different structure, David. Finally, one player has gone d5 in the Italian.
Slightly different structure. And I've got to say, it does look like it's a good version for White. The e5 pawn looks extremely vulnerable. But Hans, yeah, riding the high of that last win. Wesley, every time he plays a good game or two, it feels like he kind of kicks himself, or like, it feels like he's just the master of his own destruction there. And suddenly Black's piece is active, the d3 pawn hanging. Yeah, momentum Black, momentum Hans Niemann right now, you've got to say, with that match. And I don't know how he does it, the energy levels to play 12 Blitz games against the niche, to play 12 high-quality Blitz games here, and so consistently as well.
Yeah, I mean, Hans, obviously, in the public eye in the chess community, a lot of talk around him, a lot of fans, a lot of non-fans. You know, he generates a buzz. But again, our job is to commentate the chess, and there is no question the man lives for chess. You know, he is on a mission, and he does not look for excuses. Whatever time of day, he will show up and give us 150% effort, which makes all of his matches really fun to watch. And from all my personal matches with him, 3+0, once he gets some confidence going, you know, he just doesn't miss these small tactical opportunities. So Wesley has to clean up his play right now, and especially going into the bullet, another IQP position. And Wesley's like, can you give me a chance to put my bishop on this diagonal?
Exactly. And it would be deja vu, last time with colors reversed. Bishop h4 is coming. It's coming, Dania. You mentioned your experience with Hans in 3+0. Have you played Wesley much in that time control? And if so, have you seen him lose games like the last one like that?
It's exceedingly rare. I mean, I've played probably less 3+0 matches against Wesley than against Hans, but I've played my share. And yeah, one of the things that makes Wesley is just that his play is so clean. You know, in order to beat him, you basically have to outplay him from start to finish. Alekhine's famous words come to mind. You have to beat me 3 times in the opening, the middle game, and the end game. So this is pretty uncharacteristic, and he's got to cap it at 1 per match. As the knight drops back to d6, I really like the way Wesley has arranged his pieces. David, very important to ask yourself who has control of the square in front of the isolated pawn, and black is far away from establishing a knight on d5.
That's right. The black f7 pawn as well, really tender along the diagonal. As Hans, though, tries to defend this position, we did just see his prediction. He's now estimated at 71% chance of winning this match. It's been fluctuating. It's been an up and down battle so far, but something seems to have put him off. Daniel, on the camera, he was looking away for a second, looked surprised by something. Okay, now resettling back into the position. Bishop a4 feels like a step in the wrong direction, but at least a concrete threat of d5 with a pin.
Yeah, this is the Wesley that we're used to. The time situation, both sides spending a lot of time. This is such a complicated position. Lots of trades are possible, but thus far, neither side has flinched. I think we might see Hans securing the bishop pair and dropping the bishop back to d7. I think he's got to go defensive mode here because, you know, d5 is not anything to sneeze at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the black rook on e8 feeling really kind of uneasy here, just really awkward. White's light square bishop. This is a proper Italian-Spanish bishop, just creating threats. Might well drop back to b3 at the right moment, but Hans defends against d5 in another way, but this is superficial, Danya. White pawn's suddenly so strong.
Yeah, that, you know, there were other options, and this is a huge concession. Now Wesley doesn't have to worry about the d4 pawn. Oh, Hans is walking right into all sorts of tactics. Wait, c4, knight d2 was at least something to calculate, or c4 and then something.
That would have been dynamite, c4 there, but maybe knight e5 first as well, setting up bishop b3 looked very tempting. Okay, black's position hanging by a thread here. He's using tactics to keep it together, but Wesley grabs a pawn.
Why not? Good. Installation complete.
Suddenly queen f4, black attacking on the king side. White's bishop a bit offside on b6. It's not over. We've seen stranger things happen in this match alone.
When this match is summarized and the recap video is made, that should be the tagline. Wesley versus Hans. Quote, "It's not over."
Stranger things. Yeah, this knight d2 move looks very brave, but I think he's got everything under control on the king side. Queen f4 is met simply by g3. And yeah, if you can get the bishop pair, or queen f3, as you're highlighting. Simple and strong, right?
I love those maneuvers where, you know, one piece slides back and then another piece moves in to take its place. Wesley does something similar. Don't fall for rook takes c7, because actually black's queen is defended by another piece. For a second, I thought Wesley had the knockout. He trades queens. Exquisite technical play from him so far, but we know what happens when both sides go under 30 seconds. We actually don't know what happens because it's so unpredictable.
Yeah, the only thing we can predict is chaos. As soon as that happens, both players, their minds going out the window. But he's doing everything right, Wesley So. But Hans is so strong at defending, holding everything together. He's walked into a pin, but the pin broken suddenly. And bishop pair, Danya, might be holding, might be turning.
That's a sick little zap by Wesley. c4, really important. You can't take the pawn because of a rook to c1. Hans puts the rook on a defended square. But now this backward pawn on b7 is ripe for picking. Don't go rook b1.
Tactics.
Look at that. But wait a second, there's more. Oh my god. Wow. King f3?
Yeah, go in, get mated. The black king has to run back. King takes d4, knight e6 check as a fork for everyone at home. And knight e6 anyway.
Oh, knight f8! Fork in one? He missed it!
He set it up perfectly,
winning,
Daniel. All those. Still winning. f5. Yeah, he's got this 2 pawns up. Okay, surely no more turns. Rook e5. Ooh. His rook survives and this is over. Danya, it's going to be a match again within 2 points.
Knight d8. He could play knight d8 once that king reached f6. Oh no! c6, king takes d6. No.
He had knight.
No. This is not happening.
He had knight f3 check, another fork, winning the black bishop a few moves ago.
Is black drawing this? Is Hans? Wait, bishop d6, knight takes a6. Not so fast, says Wesley. He's got winning chances. Wait, why? Why not knight a6 and knight back to c5? Is that a draw after Hans exchanges on c5?
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
You have to
goodness.
count that.
Yeah, get the pawn to h4. It's a draw. It's a draw! By a tempo. By a single tempo. Hans, he saved this game. That's just unacceptable by Wesley. And that is unbelievably resilient by Hans.
That is crazy. So resourceful, so tenacious, Hans Niemann, but Wesley So really leaving so many points on the table. I think he would have won that in his sleep against anyone. There were so many knight forks that he missed. He did everything right, but whether it's relaxing too early, Daniel, or whether it's just something just slowing him down in these time scrambles, it's not the Wesley we're used to.
No. And listen, I'm not suggesting for even a second I haven't done something similar. They're doing something similar. Another one of those Sicilian Caro-Cons, but I've done this against Hikaru. I've done this against Hans. And, you don't get lucky like this by accident. Hans has earned that luck through just his dogged unwillingness to give up. But knight f8 check, knight f3 check. Not only were there forks, David, there were just a million ways to promote his pawns. He found the only way not to win that. And Hans, it's time for him to capitalize on that momentum. It's still a 3-point game.
Yeah, he's still in it. Still plenty of time ahead. And as everyone knows, any Speed Chess Championship fan knows, 1+1 crazy stuff does happen. But he's got to make sure the bleeding ends here, or that he is at least able to round up some of those points that he's kind of working so hard for. And queen takes b5, you're pointing out. It's another repeat. Wesley didn't play queen takes b5 last time, Dania. Will he do it this time? No. Okay.
I mean, Hans now has to defend this pawn, doesn't he?
a4, surely?
A fork?
There we go.
Too soon.
Too soon. I loved your Arkady Forkovich. I've literally never heard that one before.
Neither have I. I don't know the way that my mind works. I still haven't figured it out. And I'm not a huge fan most of the time. But I'm a fan of this move by Wesley, knight to d7. I got to give him credit. He's not outwardly tilting, at least as far as his moves are concerned. And last couple of games, he's gotten great positions out of the opening. And this one's no exception.
Yeah, I think if you took this match and just kind of played it up till move 40, up till a certain stage, Wesley, he's held his own. But it's just those time scrambles. It's just the craziness beyond move 40 that has held him back. And that's why Hans has the 3-point lead. But rook e1, does he have some tricks with queen g4, some attack incoming, or can Wesley just pick up a pawn?
Yeah, I mean, Hans had options. He had ways to defend tactically with queen g4 right away. But Hans is playing like, there's nothing going on the queen side. The queen side is burning, and he's down a pawn. And queen g4 to g7, it ain't spell chess.
Checkmate does end most games, but still a far-fetched dream for now. Hans needs to keep his bishop alive. There we go. A trade of bishops would signal the end of White's attack. So Wesley trying to chase that bishop around. What do you think? Repetition unlikely here? Although White's attack, slightly scary.
No. I don't think Wesley can afford to squander another big advantage. He has time here, and he's doing the right thing. I would consider queen d8. Now, easy for me to say when, I'm not the one who's about to get checkmated down the long diagonal. But there must be a way, David. Surely there must be a way. Just don't go f5, right? I think a lot of people would do that, and then the e6 pawn would fall. Typical Wesley move. That's the kind of move that we're used to. Such a calm reaction.
Exactly, and I can imagine a white rook landing on e3 and white playing queen takes h7 check and some checkmates. But yeah, as soon as the white rook lifts, then bishop c5 might be an annoying way to try and force the rooks off. And g3 by Hans looks very slow. Ooh, rook takes e6.
No, didn't work.
Didn't quite work, Dania.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, queen f3.
Chases that bishop.
Ring around the rosy.
Surely we won't see an eternal dance of those bishops. Where's Hans going to put it? Bishop f6. Oh, now the bishop goes back. Careful. Queen f6. A threat.
Oh my gosh. A dance macabre that would turn into if Black had allowed queen f6. The dance of death. But might be death to White's queenside pretty soon. I think Wesley is finally stabilized, and it's time to start rounding up some of these other weaknesses and converting his extra pawn. Hans needs to light the fire again.
Mm-hmm. Hans, though, might struggle to keep his bishop on. Bishop g7 coming at some point, but once Wesley has dealt with his queenside b6, very solid, stable move. Yeah, it feels like Wesley, as soon as he starts playing quickly, instinctively, as you mentioned earlier, Daniel, as soon as he starts trusting himself, he outplays Hans from time to time. But as soon as he stops and slows and thinks, then, things have gone a bit off the rails. So clear his strategy going ahead. Although this 3+1 section is soon ending and it's going to be bullet, he will have to trust himself. Maybe that's a good thing.
And it's also good for Hans because his play has been, sloppier than we're used to in, these last couple of games. And so every one of these comebacks, every half point that is saved brings this match closer to the bullet segment where I think Hans is feeling pretty confident. Although, let's not forget where Wesley's bread was buttered against Denis Lazovic. It was in the 1+1. So we are in for 25 minutes of incredible action. But this segment isn't over yet. And Hans is not done with his kingside shenanigans. Or maybe he is.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine. Hard to imagine White breaking through on that black kingside, which is quite well fortified. But like you said, Daniel, there's going to be tricks, especially with no time on the clock. And bishop g7. Sensible. Very solid. Get rid of White's attacking piece. I like it.
And I think finally White's initiative fizzling it. No, the dance continues. And it might be a dance of death for the White bishop here. Wesley burning his clock, though. Got to be careful. We know what happens. Nicely done.
Nice. H6, really classy move, forcing the pieces off the board. And now it's a 2-pawn deficit. Hans Niemann, he's going to play this out, right? He's saved worse positions than this. And burning time off the 3+1 clock might suit him with bullet incoming. But, okay, can Wesley convert, Danya? Surely this one.
Shall I remind you of the catchphrase for this SCC match? Yeah, you coined it.
Remind the viewers. Go on.
It isn't over.
Oh, pawn on a6. That's clever. Counterplay.
Take the pawn. That's what it always starts with, right? A missed easy win, and then it turns into another missed win, and suddenly the path becomes more and more narrow. But here the path is pretty ditsky. And Wesley, no, she shuts down that counterplay faster than I could make another bad pun.
And there we go. Hans actually looking away. I think he's just going to maybe let the clock run out. No, he resigned. So we will get one more 3+1 game, at least one more, depending on how quickly this game lasts, how long it ends. Can't even talk now. So much chess going on, but it's another Berlin, Daniel.
How long it ends and how late it lasts.
Oh, I got confused. I was just looking at the position being like, oh yeah, we've seen this before. And my mind got, I mean, I'm going to have bad dreams tonight of all these slow maneuvering middle games.
Berlin sanity on the board once again. And these Berlins, they've turned into anti-Berlins that have then morphed into structures that resemble a mainline Italian much more than a Ruy Lopez. And this is no exception. Yeah, this is going to be the last game, David. I find it hard to believe the way these games have been going that it's going to take under 3 minutes.
Yeah, unless we see a self-destruct. We've seen that from Wesley a couple of times. But likely that this is the last 3+1 game. And I mean, if Wesley takes this with White, which is feasible, then it's going to be a 1-point game going into the bullet. 1-point match. That would be a lot of fun for the spectators. Hans, though, closing his eyes. Do you think it's finally getting to him? The amount of chess he's played today is just crazy.
Listen, he's human, right? He's a pretty unique human, but he is still human. And no matter how driven you are and how determined you are, and he possesses both of those qualities to the maximum, I mean, at some point, you just don't start seeing the board as well. And, I know that I've had these crazy marathon sessions. He's not just playing casual Blitz either. He's playing serious tournament chess. The fact that it's Blitz doesn't actually impact the fact that it's just exhausting, just to be sitting in front of the camera for so long. But he needs that final burst of effort, and Wesley needs to use this against him. by playing faster than he's playing right now. He's down on the clock once again. And David, not a fan of this d4 square being opened up like that by Wesley.
Yeah, White's position really not that attractive. No obvious moves either. The d3 pawn, a backward pawn, a weakness tying down White's light squared bishop. White's knights both a bit stuck, defending each other, defending d4, as you say. Wow, okay, he lashes out with g4.
Whoa. Takes bishop g4, knight g4, and queen g6, David?
So tempting. Hans has spotted it. Otherwise, he would have retreated his bishop. There we go. You called it. Attack.
This is so un-Wesley-like to play g4. I really use this sparingly because I think it's very overused by chess fans. That was a tilt move. Just a frustration move by Wesley. And he's going to pay the heaviest possible price. That king is getting chased down. Queen h1's a mate threat.
Rook e6, rook sliding over to g6 if the white king defends against that threat. All of the black pieces are attacking. The queen, knight, bishop, rook coming. It's going to be 4 attackers against not many defenders. Good luck to that white king. Wow, we were talking about potentially a 1-game match. It might be a 3-point swing here. 3 points in it. Rook e6, there we go.
Mate threat. Look at that move by Wesley. Queen a2. What a devilish little resource, but just even h6. Maybe not the most clinical way. I would be considering something like knight d8 and c6 too.
Bishop a5.
Yeah. Good man.
Yeah, h6, the human move, the sensible move there. Getting ready to slide his rook, but bishop b3. Wow. I was going to say that's a clever move, but double question mark. He stopped rook g6 at least, Danya.
Yeah, but one door closes, another opens. Yeah, how dare you set up counterplay against the f7 pawn? Who do you think you are, Wesley So?
Oh, this looks terminal for the white king. Under 5 seconds there for Wesley. Hans, he looked like he was... Oh, it's coming. He looked like he was meditating earlier, Danya, but he's really woken up and just full guns blazing. Attack.
He's got over 2 minutes, and one could say the main stage of the attack hasn't begun yet. This is in the toilet for Wesley.
Yeah. I mean, if you could pick up a pawn off the board and just throw it back on g3, maybe you hold the door and defend, but nah. Too many knights. Oof.
Yeah. No moves?
Under 20. Yeah.
Ooh.
There must be a mate. Rook f2 minimum. Rook g3.
Check h5, king g5. And then maybe queen f3, bishop f7, king h8, bishop h5, queen g3. I'm not seeing the exact mate, but Hans has 2 minutes. He can pour himself a glass of whatever, water, coffee. He can light the fireplace and just casually calculate the win. I'm sure it exists, David, after queen h2. I'm sure there is a win, but maybe there's no mate, and that can be a huge pitfall. I would actually start with knight takes d5 for the sake of safety.
Yeah, me too. I'm trying to look as well. I can't see it, Danya. Knight takes d5 looks like the safe move. Yeah, I was going to say knight e3 as well, just to bank it. But, okay, it's not over.
You're right once again. Whoa, where's the mate? Queen e2, queen f1, h5, and queen h3. It's mate.
Mm-hmm. It's over.
Or
you saw.
Yeah,
there we go.
Beautiful.
So
look at that.
Mm-hmm. Hans Niemann, he does the stretch. He perked up when he saw that mate incoming, and he takes another point. 9-6 now, his lead. 3 points in it as we reach the end of the 3+1 section. Oh, Danya, we're in for a blistering bullet portion ahead. 1+1 incoming. 25 minutes of that, but these are the scores on the doors. What do you predict going ahead? Can Wesley overcome that 3-point margin?
Listen, first of all, this segment was all tied up 4-4, but it was anything but peaceful. Wesley had some tied portions with Lazovic, but this match could not possibly be more different than Wesley's first round trial. This is one of the most difficult trials that he has faced thus far in his SCC career because Wesley has to step it up tactically. He has to play fast, and somehow Hans has found new reserves of energy just when it seems like Wesley will dethrone him from that lead. Hans comes through with a brilliant game in the final round. Wesley needs to be perfect in order to make up this 3-point deficit in 25 minutes of blistering Bullet.
Yeah, and Wesley So, remember everyone at home, he's a 3-time runner-up here at the SCC. He's only ever lost to Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Hans Niemann, however, has him on the ropes. And Danya, that last game ended in checkmate. It was a blistering attack, as we mentioned, but slightly self-inflicted by Wesley. Take us through those key moments.
All right. Well, time for our game review. Obviously, lots of choices in this endlessly entertaining match. But Wesley, he cut this lead down. Did he cut it down to 1 at any point? I don't think he did. It was at 2. He was close to making it a 1-point lead. But Hans finds it in himself to recover and delivers a strike in this final game. Hans is the black pieces, Wesley with white. They've been playing the Ruy Lopez, the anti-Berlin, all throughout the match. And it starts out pretty peacefully once again, as almost all of these games have. Hans striking in the center, the tension kind of reaching a maximum. Wesley completing his development. And this is an early critical moment. Wesley, he slides his queen over to c1. Hans carves out this big outpost for his knight. And things kind of get a little bit unpleasant for Wesley positionally. Hans has the square under control. Queen b2 is a nice move by Wesley, attacking the e5 pawn. And here, things went off the wall. Wesley plays just an impatient move, a frustration move, perhaps g4, trying to banish this bishop to a passive square. Even here, black would be much better, but instead Hans did not take long to sacrifice on g4, and white's king is wide open, and this attack is one for the textbooks. Queen g6, setting up a discovered attack. Now queen h5, threatening mate on h1 and knight h2, forcing Wesley's king to continue zigzagging. Now the rook comes into the attack, and h6 is a patient move by Hans to open up a luft square for the king. Now Wesley had perhaps a chance to bring some defenders in. Knight f1 would have complicated the attacking process considerably, but instead, he allows this rook to slide up to f6. Now Hans gets his final reserves into the attack. Knight e7 is another patient move, getting this knight to g6. But instead, he sacrifices on f3. Yet another blistering sacrifice. Obviously, king takes f3 is mate in 2. And what a beautiful mate this would be. Instead, Wesley finds the best option, knight g3. And in this position, Hans did have a more convincing win with queen h2, queen h1, and now there's forced mate. That's incredibly hard to find because you have to take the bishop in the middle of it and then make another quiet move to set up unstoppable threats. But instead, Hans made the safe move, forcing Wesley to give up the exchange, and black is several pawns up. But this game did not last much longer. Wesley went for the knight, and he got burned with a beautiful mate at the end. Just one of many exceptional games that Hans Niemann has played en route to a 3-point game. But Wesley, time and time again in his career, has shown remarkable resilience and willingness to find reserves of strength and mental energy. Can he come through again, or can Hans Niemann cap off a second scintillating SCC victory? We shall see, David.
That's right, we shall see. And thank you, Daniel, for breaking those points down. Hans Niemann with a real statement of intent there. And remember, everyone, they are playing for a spot in the semi-finals, in the live finals in Paris. And get your tickets for this year's SCC Live Finals. It's still possible. For the first time ever, you are invited to join the Speed Chess Championships for finalists as they compete in Paris for the crown. We now have less than 10 tickets left to be in the arena for the SCC Grand Final match on the Sunday. So act fast. This is your last chance. Head to go.chess.com/SCC tickets or use !TICKS in chat to book your seat at the historic finals. Coming up, it's the 1+1 portion between Wesley So and Hans Niemann. Who are you rooting for? Can Wesley So strike back? Join us after this short break to find out. See you soon.
Looking for new ways to enjoy chess? Check out our schedule of Chess.com community events today. Mondays, play Rapid Opening Roulette and expand your opening repertoire with a new opening each month. Tuesdays, compete against other Untitled players in Untitled Tuesday. Battle your way to the top in Arena Kings on Wednesdays. And finish the week off each Saturday with the blistering Community Bullet Brawl. All happening in the Community Club on Chess.com.
it's a pretty normal, equal middle game position. White played here knight to e4, and you may think for a second of how would you play here if you were black. I'm pretty sure that after white goes knight e4, many players would just, let's say, trade the knights, because why not?
Yeah, trade the pieces because why not is... I have been very guilty of that logic as well. For a lot of GMs, you see that their default is not necessarily to trade and release the tension, but actually to embrace the tension in the position and to see if they can maximize their profit from a trade. Sounds like a finance instructional video, but I'm not saying knight takes e4 is bad here, but you should always leave open the possibility that trading might be bad.
In recent years, we've had a lot of openings in chess that have become meme openings. So it could be strange, silly openings, and we want you to rank these different openings from brilliant to double question mark. And then number 6, the orangutan or Sokolsky opening.
Brilliant.
The orangutan, yeah, it's playable.
Yeah, so I think for 1b4, it's another opening that I've played a lot, and Magnus also has played it quite a bit. I think it's completely reasonable, and yeah, it's in the middle. Very, very, very solid opening, and no reason not to play it.
Sodium attack.
One knight a3.
Yeah.
I think that's bad.
Good. I think that's... I can't give too many brilliants, so I'll give it good.
I would say it's not the worst. Maybe it's playable. I'd probably put it in the second to last tier though, which is just bad. I don't think there's much value to the opening itself. It's just fun to move the knight, but doesn't do much else.
And then number 8, I believe, is an opening invented by Anna Crumlin, which is called the cow.
Brilliant.
Yeah, so I think as far as the cow opening goes, it's an opening that I would put probably in the second tier of good. I think much like the hippo, it's something that you can play and get to a very high level with it. At a certain point, of course, it's not particularly good if your opponents know what they're doing, but I also played it recently in a Blitz match online, and I did well against the GM, so I think it's probably in the good tier, second tier.
I'm tempted to put it in double question mark, but I think it just barely makes it into bad.
Yep. Those are the words of Magnus about the cow.
Then we have a favorite, the Norwegian rat.
Yeah, I really like that opening, but unfortunately I think it's also bad.
Yeah, I think that's in the middle. I don't think it's horrible, don't necessarily think it's great. Somewhere in the middle, I would say. So I'll put it in playable.
Okay, yeah, that's good.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship. It is crunch time between Hans Niemann and Wesley So here in the quarterfinals. Hans Niemann holds a lead, 6 points to 9. However, we are entering the 1+1 section, the bullet portion of the match. 25 minutes of intense action, guaranteed to find a winner. But Danya, will it be comeback time? Do you think Hans can hold his nerve?
Well, I think the games are underway, so let's jump right in. It is a 3-point deficit that Wesley So has to erase, and he came pretty close to doing so in the 3-minute segment. But that last game, it put the kibosh on comeback efforts for the time being. But those efforts are being restarted. Hans has the white pieces. David, I think the most important thing in the bullet for Hans is to avoid kind of relaxing and thinking, I got a 3-point lead, I can give away a game. He wants to put his stamp on this match in the first couple games.
Definitely, he could really lay down a marker en passant. Has he forgotten the rules of chess en passant?
It's been legal since the 1700s, Wesley.
Wow, he's given up a pawn. Maybe he'll win back on b6, but it's going to cost him a lot more than that, Danya. Crazy type of move to even spot that in bullet.
Hans, in his match 1 victory against MBL, he went 3.5 out of 8 in the bullet, so -1, but it was enough given the lead he had coming in. So Hans is a very decent bullet player, but I don't think for either of these players it's their favorite time control. Wesley, he just doesn't have the room for these kinds of mistakes. Knight to d2, David, maybe unnecessary because Black's knight, well, it would have been reluctant to move anyway because a6 would fall. Now the b2 pawn is in the crosshairs as well.
Yeah, b2 is edible, and you mentioned the 1+1 segment. Hans, of course, this is his first ever SCC, but historically, Wesley So, the bullet, has been his weakest. Statistically, he's struggled from time to time in the bullet segment. However, that wasn't the case against Denis Lazovic, so still chances alive, and he needs to fight back. He needs to hold this one, Danya. He's a pawn down, but at least active pieces for Black.
And Fabiano, who was eliminated very convincingly yesterday, he had an incredible bullet stretch against Alireza Firouzja. So you cannot rely on these players' reputations. Each and every one of the SCC competitors is there for a reason. And that's because they can display mastery across all 3 time controls. Wesley trying to curry up some counterplay. The knight gets to d3, but that pawn on a6, it's scary. It's now on a7 and tactics galore. Hans trying to maintain that pawn. Knight c2 is on the cards as well, David.
Yeah. No good squares for that white rook. You're walking into knight c2. You're inviting.
No. Gotta go for it.
At least.
Gotta go for it.
The win, Wesley. Take that bishop. Queen. Yeah. Queen b6. Or queen somewhere.
Or maybe knight e6 and bishop d4 can be considered.
Ooh. I love it. Your move on the board. The prophet. Oof. Rook c2. Ooh.
d5.
Okay. White's position smells wrong, but he's holding it together here, Danya.
Oh, b2 was hanging, and Wesley should have taken that pawn first so that he could drop back to e5 with check. Now he's lost some time, and e5, Hans is taking over, I think, once again. Or is he?
Ooh.
Maybe not.
Okay, level material now.
Uh-oh, and Hans is another passer. And here it goes, marching up the board. Can it be captured? Rook b1?
Yeah, he's going to give up the exchange, though, and this is holdable for Black. Black is totally fine here. 2 pawns for the exchange.
David, is Black even the one playing for a draw? Black might be playing for a win here with 2 pawns. It should be a draw, though, with best play. But trying to predict the result of any one of these games has been completely impossible.
Yeah, if this was 1+0 bullet, you would prefer Black because it's so easy to move. You have more pieces, simply more pawns. But this is 1+1 with the increment. Anything can happen.
I'm worried for Wesley, though. He's blundered his pawn on h5. And Hans is now taking over once again.
Oh, knight g7, watch out.
Knight f4.
Oh,
knight g7, you're right.
He's blown it.
Collapse.
White's h-pawn. It's going to decide. Oh, knight e4. Knight e4 and the pawn was...
Oh my gosh. Knight e4 and Wesley's going to flag here. Oh my gosh. And Hans takes another time scramble to push this lead up to 4. It's largest lead of the match, David.
That's going to be so hard to come back from Wesley. He even fought back to a dead drawn endgame and quite an easy one to play at that, but to let it slip. Danya, I think it's just the story of the match. It keeps happening. Time scrambles, Wesley's head goes, and Hans stays calm.
And it's not like Hans, Hans is making mistakes. It's just that Wesley, he's making those big blunders, right? He's blundering the pawns, and he's giving up short tactics, and Hans is just too sharp. He is going to exploit those opportunities even with just a fraction of a second on his clock, as he situates his knight on f4. Another Italian, even in the bullet. This one is quite a bit sharper than we might be used to. Whoa.
Yeah, it's sharper, and Hans says, I want even more. He's going for that white king. I mean, this is gung-ho chess. It's as if he's 4 points behind, not 4 points ahead, Danya. But he's going straight for Wesley's king.
And this is exactly what you need to do, right? He senses that Wesley is reeling. If you give Wesley that confidence win, there is plenty of time left for a comeback. It's not a time situation. Hans knows if he takes these first few games, he might shut down Wesley's hopes before this segment gets too far. This knight is going very far. And Hans continues to massage that G-file. It's getting wild out there.
Yeah, the wild, wild west here. But Wesley, he lost a lot of time on the clock as well in that previous game. Losing that end game could be disastrous. But look at the king. Oh, everything's lined up towards that white king now, Daniel.
Look at the clock, David. I mean, 20 seconds to 50. And, oh, there must be something here. D5, rook E8. Wesley's position, it might be crumbling again.
Yeah,
Bishop B8.
It's the strategy as well, just going on the attack. He's mated Wesley more times in this match than Wesley's probably been mated in the last year. So Hans just all-out attack, committed to this strategy. Offers a queen trade as I say that. Commentator's curse, but still better. Still good for black.
And that rook suddenly switches gears. This is also going to drag this game out. Wait, rook E1, knight E1, and F3. Oh, bishop F3 wins a piece. You can't recapture your pinned, and it's over again.
Wesley hangs a piece in time trouble. Hans Niemann's going to take a 5-point lead, barring a miracle escape here. Bishop takes F3. It was just too obvious that we struggled to see it. Wesley didn't see it, and Wesley resigns. I think a good decision to get as many games as possible here, just to accept cut his losses there, Daniel.
But again, I mean, a 5-point lead now. This is collapsing on all fronts for Wesley. The building is on fire, and he needs to change this narrative right now. I mean, if he wants a miracle comeback, he's out of mistakes that he's allowed to make. He needs to win this game, and then the next one. And just when you say it like that, it seems insurmountable. It feels like he's on tilt right now. Queen F6 is not the kind of move that we're used to see Wesley playing. Simply C3, and his position is awful out of the opening here.
Ugh, yeah, if white gets one more move, which he will next turn, plays C4, black's pieces are all locked out of the game. Ugh, that black light square bishop, the black king yet to be properly developed, yet to be properly castled. And bishop C1.
Queen back to F6, though. Queen C2, I think, might be the classic queen trap. Hans definitely missed it.
Why would you ever play bishop c1? You could have dropped the bishop back to d2, h4, anywhere.
Anywhere but there. Knight a6.
Oh. g6. Is white in time to catch that queen?
David, king e2 maybe was the secret sauce, but Hans doesn't even care about winning the queen. He's going for positional compensation, shall we say.
Well, she's out. She's out of the cage, and black's going to be a piece up. Wesley needs this, and he needs it quickly.
Before, though, something is telling me we're going to see some adventures in this game before all is said and done. Black is literally up a full piece, but the time situation and the fact that these minor pieces are shut out, that gives Hans some hope, especially in bullet. B4.
Yeah. It's coming. The empirical evidence does back up your case there, Dania. It's been crazy the last few games. Knight d7. I mean, Wesley would win this in his sleep normally, but he must be so traumatized by all of those positions he's let slip.
Yeah, sadly, Hans has been too awake to all of the opportunities Wesley has given him. And it's getting a little complicated here. Now Hans has the protected passer on d5. He's setting up some tactics with queen takes e8. But live by your sword, die by your sword. Knight f3 check is waiting in the wings.
Yeah, even last move, I think it was strong. Knight f3, but okay, here we go. Better late than never. He's going to get rid of that white rook before any tactics happen. And too much material up. Oof, painful. He's going to get it.
David, from personal experience, the way that you let leads like this slip is you start looking too much at the match clock, and you start to think every game, my main goal is to milk as much time as possible. Nope. You got to pretend almost like it's a tied match. And that is exactly what Hans has been doing. But he has to continue playing this like he's only up by a point or two. And that way he ensures. Now, Wesley doesn't get that extra confidence, right? One more win, and it's back to a 3-point match. Big game for Wesley.
Big game for Wesley, but he has taken already over 10 minutes off the match clock in the last 3 games. And it's another slow opening from Wesley. That's not good. I think he needs to just be super direct, super aggressive, and gamble, Dania.
Yeah, no choice. Nothing to lose. Ironically enough, for Wesley, sounds wrong to say that because he's on the cusp of losing this match. He's 1 loss away, I think, from this match essentially being mathematically over. And I'm not liking this already. Hans will grab the bishop pair. He will prepare f5. And very comfortable position for black in a short time control.
Yeah, And again, plenty of time's going to be taken off the clock here. You still got all the pieces on the board until now, and it's going to be a long grind for Wesley if he's going to win, and he cannot afford long games. Yeah, this is, I think, just maybe slightly kind of stubborn match strategy, just not switching away from this opening. It's just not brought him any success. He needed to change it, and sooner. It might be too late now, Danya.
Yeah, bishop f6, and people think I might be exaggerating, but I'm not, and this is exactly what Hans is doing. Look at the speed. He is not playing for the match clock. He is trying to win this game as quickly as possible, and he doesn't care how much time it takes off of the match clock. If he gets a losing position, then he should start caring. Like right about now, because now he's worse.
Yeah, a bit strange to take all those pieces off the board as Hans did there. Maybe just trying to play a bit too safe. Now Wesley's got knight c4 coming, f4 coming.
Okay.
Black king looks a bit shaky. But h4, you want to attack. You've been influenced by Hans here, Danya.
Yeah, Wesley grabs that pawn. I don't know about that. Now the dark squares are under black's control. h3 was very impulsive by Hans, allowing white to renew this threat of f4. That was unnecessary.
Yeah. Now suddenly the white king will be super safe on the h2 square. There we go. I would park it there as soon as possible. Avoid any tricks, any traps. Okay, still a long way to go though. Time is ticking.
And d5 was threatened. Wesley, bit of an awkward move, but it stops d5. Pushes the bishop away. g5, maybe push it away again. He's burning way too much time on these simple moves. He's down 30 seconds here. I'm afraid that he can't play 25 moves here without making a blunder eventually. And there it is.
He's trying to... d5, there's a pin on the e-file. He's trying to do it so positionally, Wesley. But you can't keep control in this type of time format. Oh, suddenly the black pieces are coming, Danya.
I mean, how is he expecting to... Rook d2 and blunders his queen. And Wesley is crumbling before our very eyes. He just does not believe at this point that he can come back. And now his beliefs are well-founded. With 11 minutes and change left, Hans is more dominant than at any other point in this match.
Yeah, he's really turned on the speed even further in the bullet, Hans Niemann. And again, I mean, it started as a Sicilian. It's going to look like an Italian, Danya. This is crazy, the themes within the opening themes in this match.
Hans plays this against me pretty often in Blitz. He likes these knight f1, knight g3, and very astute opening choices that allow Hans to play the natural moves quickly. Wesley has not made the adjustment at all. He's playing this like it's a 3+1 game.
Yeah, long think there from Wesley before he plays rook b8. And black's position, I would say, looks good, easy to play, but that's not the point. It's just it's going to be another long grind. And like you say, it might just be over now, mathematically, Danya, in terms of the time that he's going to take off. And I love that featured chat. Moke, he definitely has been the master of knowledge and expertise today. He's been so quick and so sharp, Hans.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it, how many seasons of the SCC Wesley has played, many successfully so. He's only lost to a guy named Magnus and a guy named Hikaru, and we're very likely going to add a third name to that list. And Hans is playing like the SCC veteran here, making the right adjustments, recovering from losses, just playing extremely energetic chess, as though he hasn't had a whole entire other match earlier today. And look at this. This is crumbling again. Wesley's black in this game. I apologize. No, it's Wesley. Wesley channeling his inner Hans and saying, I'm not done just yet.
Yeah, I mean, you make a good point. This is probably the best game Wesley's played in the last hour or so of the match, but rook takes f4, just sack, just go. But yeah, I mean, it's not going to save him. Ultimately, he might get one win, but so much time is being burned off the match clock. Look at those black pawns, Danya. That's aesthetically very pleasing.
Well, queen h4, though, and Hans will keep playing this as long as he possibly can. Mathematically, David, it might be possible because I want to remind people, if a game starts with any time on the match clock, it does count for the final score. That's not something we should even be broaching until Wesley whittles this down, which itself is very unlikely because the lead will only be 4 after he wins this game. Only.
Yeah.
Still,
if he wins this game.
Oh!
Oh! Queen blunder from Bote's Gambit there, more like from Hans Niemann. He drops the queen, but the game goes on. A few seconds will be burned away.
And now he's going to wait it
he
out,
went.
as he should.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a time and a place for not caring about the match clock, but this is the perfect time, Danya, to take a break, take a breath. And Hans still with a 4-point lead, but there'll only be 8.5 minutes by the time this game ends.
Yeah. And, anybody who wants to raise the stink about this not being sportsmanlike, I don't want to hear it. I mean, in this case, it would be the most boneheaded thing ever to not wait this time out, because Hans is very close to winning this mathematically. The less time on the clock, the more pressure Wesley is under. And 8.5 left on the match clock. It's a 4-point lead. Wesley needs to win one of these games in like under 3 minutes, David. I'm not a mathematician, but I'm sure there's plenty of them in the chat who can make the calculations.
Yeah, please chat. Now's your time to help us out. But yeah, I mean, the one thing, I'm no maths expert, but one thing you can't afford when there's only 8 minutes on the clock is a slow maneuvering game like this, where Hans can get 20 moves down on the clock, 20 seconds on the clock with increment just in a blink. I don't want to criticize Wesley's match strategy, but the openings, I think they've come back to haunt him.
Actually, I've had this in a game. E takes d4 there is a slight edge for black, because suddenly the e4 pawn is going to hang if white recaptures with a pawn. Hans, he plays c5, which is kind of a move Fabi was making a lot. In fact, I think we might have had a very similar position in one of the Firouzja Fabiano games yesterday, where, queen takes d8, and then I think like b4 was played, and Fabi actually won or Firouzja, he was white, he won a fantastic positional game. But this is all a moot point right now, David. Too much time is getting off the match clock with every one of these moves.
Yeah, that's exactly it, Daniel. It's positional chess, which I love. I think Wesley loves. A lot of the top players appreciate. But this is the Speed Chess Championship. It's about speed. It's not necessarily about grinding your opponent down in an endgame this time. So, this is maybe one thing that stopped Wesley in the past against Magnus, against Hikaru. You mentioned in the past, 2 of the only players to have defeated him in this format. And it's because they have lots of gears. You can imagine Magnus with 8 minutes left, switching things up, King's Gambit, just some really direct Evans Gambit, just something to test the opponent.
Mm-hmm.
Likewise, Hikaru would play knight f3, b3, switch things up. But Wesley playing the same opening every time, even when the results haven't been great. That's, I'll stop beating that drum now. I'll stop repeating myself. But that's been his downfall, Daniel.
No, for sure. And I mean, there's no question 2 things can be true at the same time as Wesley massages this slight advantage, but he's again down on the clock. C4 here looks pretty good for Hans. Maybe it walks into some tactics, but 6 minutes now left. That time is ticking down so fast. But David, 2 things can be true at the same time. Definitely Wesley was not the Wesley that we're familiar with in a lot of these games. The one-move blunders, the missed opportunities, that game where he missed multiple forks. That can be true. And at the same time, it takes nothing away from Hans's fantastic universal play, especially given that he's playing his second match of the day. And now we can see that he's playing the second match of the day because he's missing rook d8. He has played another phenomenal SCC match. And the 5+1 segment, I think, was where some of these top guys, I think, were expecting to deal the first blow. And Hans has been ahead, I think, both matches so far after the first segment, really setting the tone for these victories.
Yeah, fully agreed. I mean, Hans fully deserves this. He's earned the win the hard way. He really took on Wesley in these kind of fist-to-fist battles in the time scrambles, and he emerged victorious. But okay. Wesley's going to redeem some honor, at least, by taking this game, surely, as both players down to 5 seconds.
And, okay, let me think about this, David. So 5 minutes now on the match clock. Hans will take another 30 seconds, maybe tops, off the clock. Wesley's doing exactly the right thing. He's pre-moving everything. So if he can win the next game and leave, it's looking pretty grim. Again, the big part here is winning the next game. Hans is like, wait a second. That's been the hard part for Wesley thus far.
Yeah.
Even
And
this game
somehow this game is still
on.
alive.
How's Hans doing? The 93 check is threatened. Stalemates in the air.
Yeah, he's literally trapped the Black King. The Black King has no moves, so don't take that Black Knight.
Whoa. Knight, 2 knights c4.
Why would you stalemate your opponent's king like that?
How do you unstalemate a knight takes d8?
Knight takes.
It's unreal.
But now, finally, the checkmate. 4 minutes. He needs 3 more wins, Wesley. So he needs to win the next. He cannot play the same opening, Daniel.
That's it. No, I mean, mathematically, even this game might take the entirety of the rest of the time off the match clock.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he needs to pre-move everything, Wesley. So win this game super
every
quick.
game, every move, like those videos, right, where they superimpose someone's moves onto the game, and it goes viral because Magnus won a game with only pre-moves.
He needs that twice, and then get the third game going with like 2 seconds left, and yeah, I think no chance by now. Okay. It's interesting position though. Wesley should have tried this earlier. Should have tried it half an hour ago before the bullet.
He's playing with a sense of desperation, and the last 2 games have been excellent by Wesley. Time management, and this is, like you're saying, what he should have done. Unbalanced positions, confident play, and knight d5, knight d5. Don't take the queen because white had knight takes e7 check. What is going on in the center of the board here? Good stuff by Wesley.
Exactly. Just classy positional play from Wesley. So the white d6 pawn with the queens off is clearly weaker than it is a strength right now. Wesley has a fantastic position, but I think also good practical play by Hans there, Daniel. Getting the queens off, slowing down the pace of the game. And again, long endgame grind means 2 minutes gone off the clock. This might be the last game even.
Yeah. And even if it isn't, if Hans can ensure at least another 90 seconds off the clock, that means he can literally just stall the next game out. As you do have 1 minute to start the game. Last time I checked, David.
That's right. And okay, d6 pawn is up for grabs, but b4 will create some counterplay. Hans making, well, was that he's trying to stifle a smile there maybe? He knows he's almost at the finishing line. He just needs to get the job done now. Wesley overthinking there. Too long spent on that last move. Bishop takes a5. Oh, tactics. So many tricks.
And Hans might be taking over even this game. Oh, Wesley just leaving his rook hanging. And he has just given up emotionally. And Hans delivering that sucker punch in the first couple of games, right? That's what I pointed out is behind a lot of comebacks avoided is not waiting until this gets close to lock in, but just to end this before it gets close.
Yep. And it never did get close because of those clutch wins. And okay, he's giving up pawns here. Hans c5 looks really strong, as you say. Oh, opening up that white bishop, sleeping giant. And that pawn will cost black his knight. Match over, it looks like. Wesley resigns. We'll get one final game, but it's just symbolic, Dania. We have a winner of this match.
And add a third name to the list of the SCC competitors that Wesley has lost to. Magnus, Hikaru, and now Hans Niemann, who will have started his Speed Chess Championship career, David, with 2 victories over Super Grandmasters, who usually terrorize the rest of the field. You know that means Hans is going to Paris. He is the second semifinalist. And I think everybody knows what's on the tip of my tongue, who he might be joining. Either Arjun or his opponent, if he manages to avoid an upset in that match.
That's right. We'll tease you with that. Everyone at home, we'll tease you with that a bit later. Magnus Carlsen might await in Paris. What a date that would be. And Daniel, how excited are you to be out there covering the action? The 4 players, the 4 finalists.
I can't wait. I mean, I'm even opened some Perrier just to, and it reminds me further of my flight to Paris on September the 2nd. I'm counting the days, just the atmosphere, the chess that is going to be played, the tension in the room. If you have any time and opportunity at all, this will be unmissable. And I'm so honored to be a part of the commentating team in Paris. Really, I don't take it for granted. I'll have courtside seats to what is going to be action that will be talked about, David, September 6th or 8th for months and months after the fact.
Yeah, Paris, everything's happening there this year. The 100-year anniversary of FIDE, the Olympics, of course. I was there recently. A lot of chess going on. And yeah, that's going to be one of the highlights for sure, the Speed Chess Championship, where Hans Niemann will feature. But in the meantime, this position, it's been really dodgy for black. But look at that speed, Dania. He might be getting attacked, but he's doing it with confidence, Hans Niemann. 50 seconds on his clock. Just fantastic instincts, fantastic energy, considering what a long day it's been for him.
Yeah, I mean, the drive and the determination, you know, to paraphrase what I said at the start of the match, Hans is a contentious figure in the chess world, and he'll remain a contentious figure. But there is no denying that he brings not just effort to the table, but just the kind of determination that shines through in a lot of his moves. You can tell that this man is on a mission to Paris. And in many ways, his mission will only begin in Paris because a lot of sharks await. And we don't know the other two semifinalists, David. That's the best part. We still have some incredible matches to play. But for Hans, another very memorable performance. It's over. The match clock is down to 0. This game is purely symbolic. But Wesley might make this cosmetically closer.
That's right. Wesley has been winning this game for a long, long time, but still yet to put the ball in the back of the net, yet to close it out. White has connect 4 with those pawns on the light squares. A beautiful pawn chain, but Hans is going to fight on, and Wesley, we've seen it before. With a few seconds on the clock, he has struggled today, but the White King leading from the front. Oh, yeah, that's going to be a phenomenal match, no matter who Hans plays in the semifinals, even if it is Arjun. But he's going to be feeling confident for his match against Anish Giri, for the future, for everything. He's played so well today. I've got to say, I didn't know who to predict. I thought it would be a really close match, but Hans, he's made it look like he was the favorite all along.
Yeah, and there were lots of people, before the SCC saying that Hans was a heavy underdog against MVL. By the way, D3, King C3, Bishop F6 is mate. Wesley has to avoid that square, and he does. But, that was just foolish a priori. After his first match, there are still people saying he's the extremely heavy underdog in this match. He is definitely the heavy underdog in a matchup against MC. But Magnus isn't even thinking about it because Arjun Erigaisi made a statement in Kazakhstan that he will not go down without a fight. And he will fight for that Paris spot. But there are 2 Paris spots left. A smile on the face of Grandmaster Hans Niemann. He is going to Paris, and he has won his first 2 SCC matches in convincing fashion. What a memorable victory, David. The chess is spoken, and it's spoken for Hans Niemann.
That's right. There was a lot of chess today for Hans Niemann, and those pieces, they spoke in his favor. 13 points to 10 against Wesley So. Hans there, I think, looking relieved, looking like he's just glad his marathon day of chess is over. This was the final score. He won the 5+1 segment in the end by 3 points. That proved to be decisive. That was the winning margin, 3 points in the end. The 3+1 and 1+1 were actually drawn despite Hans leading from the front the whole time. And this is the bracket. We see it confirmed. The second semi-finalist. Firouzja won yesterday, and Hans Niemann will join him in Paris. Yet to be decided are the quarterfinals between Magnus Carlsen, Arjun Erigaisi, and Hikaru Nakamura and Jan Nepomniachtchi. But we'll come to those, Dania. The man of the moment is Hans Niemann.
Well, this could not have been scripted any better in Hollywood, David. What a match. Obviously, Wesley woke up on the wrong side of the bed. He had his moments. He mounted that big, almost comeback in the 3-minute segment. He had some excellent games. He put up the best fight that he could. Hats off to him. These matches are not this entertaining without there being 2 authors of an amazing match. But ultimately, Hans withstood every attempt. He played universal, professional, super grandmaster chess and took this match even more convincingly than his first round matchup against MVL. Hans is going to Paris, and he is looking to make more statements. It's going to be an absolute wild ride to end the SCC, David.
That's right. Commiserations to Wesley So, but congratulations to Hans Niemann. And Hans will be joining us after the break for an interview. So now is your chance, chat, to send questions. What do you want to know from Hans? What do you want to ask him? And we'll be back in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
This summer, Paris, France is set to hold the greatest sports spectacle the world has ever seen. And no, I'm not talking about the Olympics, though that's pretty cool too, I guess. It's the 2024 Speed Chess Championship. In the 2024 Speed Chess Championship, 16 of the world's greatest speed chess superstars take up the gauntlet. Only 4 will make it to Paris. For the first time ever, few are invited into the battleground. Book your ticket now for arena-side viewing, live commentary, immersive pop-up booths, and more. Level up your ticket to gold, platinum, or diamond to unlock special event gift boxes, a VIP lounge, and player meet and greets. Hurry before the clock runs out.
Do you wish playing a chess game with a friend was as easy as sending them a text? Well, good news. Now it is. With Chess.com's new iMessage app, you can start and play a game directly in iMessage. Your friend doesn't even need a Chess.com account. It's just tap and play. Head over to go.chess.com/iMessage or use the command iMessage in chat to learn more.
He's now played 2 Speed Chess Championship matches, and he has won 2 Speed Chess Championship matches. Grandmaster Hans Niemann defeats Wesley So in convincing fashion to book his ticket to Paris, where he will join 3 other semifinalists, including Alireza Firouzja. Hans, it's been such a long day of chess for you. You must be exhausted, so really appreciate you joining us for a quick interview. What's going through your head right now other than get me away from here so I can sleep before tomorrow's games against Anish?
No, today was a lot of fun. I think it was actually good that I played these games against Anish because it was just a huge confidence boost, and they have sort of similar styles. So no, I'm very, very happy with this schedule. Obviously, I do have a classical game in 9 hours, and then 6 classical games in the next 3 days, all starting at 10 a.m. So I will enjoy. I don't think I will struggle to sleep now, but no, I'm very happy to be in Paris. I'm even happier that Chess.com sent 2 proctors for both my matches, so I don't expect any set people. So I'm glad to show my best chess against on the highest sort of online stage.
Well, I want to give you the floor to kind of share your unfiltered thoughts on that. But first things first, question about your match against Wesley. It was basically a wire-to-wire victory. You won the first game. There was that brief comeback attempt he made with 2 victories, but you had some incredible comebacks, some saves. You turned some games around and won them. What do you think was the single deciding factor, and at what point in the match did you feel like you had Wesley where you wanted him?
Yeah, it was obviously I think I had a 2-point lead for a very long time, and then I extended it to 3 right before the 1+1, and there I felt very, very confident. I don't know. I feel like after the 5+1, when I was beating him, was really quite dominant. There were some more, let's say, unstable, chaotic games, but when I was up playing him, it was really, really quite dominant. So I think that he was just sort of tilted. And this match, I was actually watching his camera, and the MVL match, I just didn't check it, and seeing his camera and seeing his expressions after every mistake really boosted my confidence. And obviously, this is my first time competing, so one might not, obviously, as confident as I might am, it's not like I expected to make it to Paris. But I think my confidence sort of grew, and whenever I have confidence and things are flowing, usually it's a recipe for good results.
That's reasonable enough. I have 2 sort of spicier questions, and please, feel free to say as much or as little as you'd like. Obviously, you have a lot of complex thoughts on these issues. First of all, as you yourself alluded to, you're playing with a proctor in the room. Now, I can say firsthand, no matter if it's a close friend or your mom or a proctor, it's just harder to play with someone in the room. So you're under observation during the games. And obviously, there's still a lot of people in the chat who cast aspersions on the honesty of your play. If you could kind of send those people a message and share your perspective on what it's like to play with a proctor and your thoughts on the situation in general, what would that message be?
Well, my opponent's playing with a proctor, so it's sort of a fair environment. Perhaps he's affected more than I am, or I'm affected more than him. Obviously, it's not pleasant, but I think the most important thing people should understand is that I'm one of the best players in the world. I've proven that time and time again. Unfortunately, Chess.com defamed and lied about the extent of my online cheating, and they continue to sort of lie and not explain why they banned me during the Sinkled Cup. Like, I'm still waiting for an answer about why on September 5th, right after I win a game, that I was suddenly banned. So they haven't really answered that. So I think that Chess.com is to blame for a lot of the false accusations because I've literally just beaten 2 of the best players in the world with a proctor, with every single thing. So we don't understand how any performance that I could ever have in the rest of my career could not be sort of explainable because it's like I'm playing like as literally one of the best players in the world. Like to beat MVL and to beat Wesley is literally like there are very, very few players in the world who could do it in the fashion that I just did. So I hope that people could understand that I'm one of the best players in the world, and I'm going to continue to improve. And unfortunately, the Chess.com sort of monopoly and mafia defame my reputation. But I'm letting the chess speak for itself, and I think that throughout my entire chess career, it'll become abundantly clear that I deserve an apology. But I'm not a victim, so I don't need an apology. My vengeance will be victory on the chessboard.
Let me ask you now about your trip to Paris and a potential matchup against Magnus. Obviously, a lot has happened in Astana. You've got a lot of thoughts about this. Of course, first of all, no disrespect to Arjun. This will be a very difficult match for Magnus, but he is the heavy favorite. And if he were to deliver and become another semifinalist, you are slated to face off against Magnus in Paris. So could you offer your thoughts on your stance on Magnus in general and how much you're motivated by a matchup against him? To what degree does that drive you to improve? And what is your sort of current stance on Magnus and what he thinks about you?
Well, to be honest, the only thing that I'm concerned with is playing the best chess in the world, and that's what I've done in these past two matches. And with regards to a matchup, uh, I don't understand how the chess world has become so distorted and so incapable of understanding reality. The reality is that if you assess my over-the-board chess, there's never been a shred of evidence of ever any over-the-board cheating. Every single organization, including the most corrupt ones like Chess.com, have proven that I have been innocent. And the only reason that I was defamed and attacked was because someone had threw a hissy fit and acted on a personal vendetta to ruin my career. And despite the sort of media attacks and the PR moves, um, that has happened. But for me, uh, I have absolutely, in my eyes, this is only about proving to myself that I can overcome the greatest obstacle in the world, which is this sort of evil chess mafia, which is working against me. And I don't mean to say this as a lightly, like it's just for me, it's hard to even take those questions seriously because I find the sort of chess establishment to be so just insane. Like I don't understand how when you're a 19-year-old kid, you can be united against by the entire chess establishment, be proven innocent time and time again, and still have your career attacked and destroyed and blacklisted. It's like for me, I simply don't even look at these people. They're not even for me, they've sort of degraded themselves morally by trying to destroy my life so much that I don't even take them seriously. So I'm looking forward to playing Paris, and this entire thing started on a chess game, and it should end on the chessboard. Because what happened was that after I won the chess game, all of these people tried to literally ruin my chess career. They banned me from Chess.com. They were literally removed any opportunity for me to prove myself on the chessboard. So if you don't want to, so all these things are saying about having a chessboard. Why was I banned on Chess.com? Why am I not getting invitations to tournaments? And now you're seeing that this is my first opportunity to play against the best players in the world. And what have I done? I've just had an amazing performance. So my motivation, is intrinsic, but it's also to show the world that even when a complete and evil monopoly is trying to ruin your career, that if you stick to the truth, you have morals, and you fight, then victory is inevitable. And while at this moment may have painted me in this light of this evil, oh, this, that, but history will look back on things a very, very different way, because it's simply so insane to fathom any circumstance where, considering even this performance today, that I am not a legitimate player and one of the best players in the world. And I really just hope the chess sort of establishment, including Chess.com, including FIDE, including Hikaru and Magnus, stop being babies and let me play, handle things on the chessboard. And I assure you that that's going to be the most sort of least cowardly way to handle things instead of just, you know, using lies and manipulation and to ruin my career.
So I want to clarify your stance on one thing, and obviously no logically minded chess fan or chess player can possibly believe that you haven't proven your worth over the board and in conditions where it is literally impossible to cheat. I think that's not up for dispute. But again, this is a spicier question, so please feel free to avoid it if there are any legal considerations that you want to keep in mind. But can I get your sort of clear stance? Because from what you just said, you believe that you were unfairly banned. Obviously, I'm not asking you to summarize the entire Sinkfield Magnus situation, but in some of the interviews subsequently, you confessed to doing something to fair play violations long time ago, many years ago, and you pushed back very strongly, as far as I understand, on the Chess.com report and on Magnus's behavior surrounding St. Louis. If you had to summarize, first of all, your record on your online play, and second of all, exactly what you take issue with the most in terms of Magnus's behavior and Chess.com's behavior, could you set that record straight?
Well, if you want to go to the Chess.com report, there's a couple of things, right? First of all, on a phone call, Danny Wrench told me himself, and I quote, "I know you never cheated while streaming," and it's a quote. And the thing is, I know that he said that to me, and I don't think I could sleep at night if I said that to someone, and then I went out to report, and I just blatantly lied about a 19-year-old kid and just destroyed his entire reputation. So the Chess.com report is just insane. First, we can start with the Pro Chess League. They accused me of cheating in the Pro Chess League. First of all, every single one of those matches was streamed. That accusation of the Pro Chess League only magically appeared when I beat Magnus. All of these other accusations of cheating in prize money tournaments other than I was 12 years old in 2015 also magically appeared. They have no records of any sort of... They say that I admit to these things when they have no records of the specifics of what I admit to. They even say themselves that since my ban, I never cheated, but then they banned me right after that. They have said, according to them, since they banned me, I've never cheated. Why was I cheated the day that they're involved in a merger? So, Chess.com really just has no sort of moral or ethical grounds to stand on, because you can't explain buying a company for $82 million and then banning me, not providing a reason. Like, they said that I didn't cheat again. So, according to them, even their deluded lies, there's no logic. And with regards to Magnus, it's like, this is not even there's no debate here, unfortunately. The Chess.com report is just lies. And Danny, I don't mean to put you in hot water here, but I saw an interview in the New York Magazine, and there was a quote from a player who said that, I played against Hans, and he messaged me saying that he didn't cheat. And obviously that was you, because I can tell based on our conversations. And Danya, in this article, which is an anonymous source, maybe you want to admit if it was you, you said that you looked at the games that Chess.com accused me of cheating in, and you weren't even sure that I cheated. So it speaks volumes that
I stand by that completely. Yeah, go ahead, Hans.
Well, it just speaks volumes that if you look at these games, it's just so insane of the tournaments that they accuse me of cheating in. It's so inexplicable and doesn't make any sense. Like, for example, according to them, the Pro Chess League. So if they believe that there was consistent cheating in Pro Chess League, why was it not banned? Like, why? It's like, it makes... How are you competing in the Pro Chess League? And then, they say that there's cheating, but then why was I removed from the tournament if there was cheating? Like, why do these suddenly serious accusations only suddenly just magically appear when they need some reason to destroy my career? Magically appear when there's a merger. So in reality, you can't even take this seriously. So Tanya, I'd ask you, I understand you work for Chess.com, but the funniest thing is this match we played, I was streaming this match. And in all these games it's just, unfortunately, Chess.com has lost all credibility after this Chess.com report, because there are so many logical fallacies. The worst thing about it all is you have Danny Wrench, who is the CEO of Chess.com, and he said to me on the call, he said, "We know you never cheated while streaming." It's a direct quote. I can hear that voice in my head 100 times. And he said this, and the worst part is that he knows he said this, and despite him saying this, and despite him knowingly lied, Chess.com, a multi-billion-dollar company, decided to destroy a 19-year-old kid's career because someone got upset. That is the reality. In terms of overboard cheating, there's never been any doubt. There have never been any accusations. Not accusations. There's never been any evidence. It's been complete fabrication. FIDE has shown that, Chess.com has shown that, every single expert has done that. So, in reality, I would hope that people wake up and stop sort of accusing me, and start to sort of give me the opportunities I deserve so that I can, show people how good I am.
So, to be clear, just on that article, obviously I'm not an anti-cheating expert, so I basically said what I thought. I did look at the games. I personally did not see anything suspicious, but at the same time, I'm a commentator. I know very little about the algorithm, so I'll kind of
So
recuse myself.
you've never consulted Chess.com on fair play, Danya?
I definitely have. And in most cases, I've been satisfied with their conclusions. But
in this case, unfortunately not. But I appreciate the openness of this discussion. It's very surprising for me. But the reality is you should just dinner wrench. Did you tell me that you knew that I never cheat while streaming? And if you take away that, every single prize money event just disappears, and it's like magic. And suddenly, it's everything that they're accusing me of really makes no sense. And I was just, a stupid kid doing stupid things, but never an over the board. And this is just, it's the reality. And that's what makes me disappointed about the chess world, because it's completely lost faith in the ethics of the chess world, because every single person was complicit in the destruction of my career. And so you could say that I'm very motivated to settle things. But
if I may, and sorry to interrupt you, Hans. I'll give you the floor. Just wanted to kind of put another thought out there for your consideration. And again, I don't think this. I kind of want to take the shoes of someone who will try their best to push back on what you just said. In some of the interviews after the Magnus game, you confessed to cheating when you were, 12 or 13 or whatever, and I'll give you a chance to set the record straight. What is your message to someone who basically says, well, Chess.com gave Hans a second chance after that initial cheating, and so why should he get kind of the benefit of the doubt in this situation? Can you set the record straight on exactly sort of how many times you've committed fair play violations, and can you argue your position on why that stance is wrong in your opinion?
Well, to make it clear, when it comes to sort of prize money events, what I have discussed before is there was an incident when I was, I believe, 12 or maybe 13. I think it was in August, maybe after my birthday. And that I've discussed in the Piers Morgan interview. And other than that, there were instances, but there was no prize money on the line. It was minimal. And the thing that I take issue with Chess.com the most is that they've tried to paint the fact that I've won money and that I have profited from cheating, which is just not the truth. I never cheated while streaming. I never cheated in prize money tournaments. And let's keep in mind, I was a kid. I was a minor. And the reality is that when you're a kid, you make mistakes. And I regret it so much. It is my biggest regret in my life. But even when I became sort of 15, 16 years old, the idea of cheating in a prize money event, and even the idea of cheating now, is so far out of my head, it would be the equivalent of suicide for me. Like, to cheat would be like the complete degradation of my character and my life. And at this point, it's so annoying to see these accusations because I never even considered it. It's not even something that crossed my mind. Like, oh, how could I do it? So the reality is I was a kid. I made mistakes. I admit to those mistakes, not what Chess.com accused me of, which they lied. I suffered a 6-month ban from prize money tournaments, and that happened. I was a kid. I made mistakes. I would hope that I could move on with my life. And the only reason that these childhood mistakes were brought back was not because they were trying to stop me from cheating. It was because there was a vendetta against me and a coordinated sort of effort to ruin my career. There are so many young, talented players who have cheated online. Why aren't their names released? You know who they are, Danya. You've been a consultant to Chess.com. I'm sure you've seen the list. You've seen the names. How many?
I'm not involved in anti-cheating, but that's indisputably title players have cheated. Kids and adults who are title players have cheated, and there's no question that is the case.
There are young top players who cheat online. There's many grandmasters who cheat online. If Chess.com cared so much, or Magnus or Hikaru cared so much about not playing players who had cheated online, then they wouldn't play them over the board, because there are numerous players who have been banned online and they play them over the board. So they're masquerading their literal destruction of my career, and they're pretending like it's to protect chess and to protect cheating, when in reality, this is a sick personal vendetta by absolutely deluded people with no ethics and no morals.
What do you think, final? Go ahead.
No, but the thing is if Chess.com wants to, I served my ban, I made a mistake, why did that only become relevant when I beat their new brand ambassador? If you guys want to understand why things happened, you look at the timing. So I was banned for 6 months.
Why do you think Magnus? Why do you think Magnus dislikes you? What do you think is in it for?
I think he is
Magnus?
a sick, deluded person who wanted to destroy my life, and he did this out of just a pure vendetta. There's no reason why someone would go to such lengths to destroy my life. It's truly sick. I don't understand how people have zero empathy for what happened to me. It's truly terrible, because in reality, I was a victim in this. I was not the aggressor. I did not cause any of this. All I did was win a chess game. And what I experienced was hell. Absolute hell. My name, everything was in for what? Because when I was, 12, 13-year-old kid, I won $100. Is that really like why I should be accused of things I didn't do? So the reality, the undisputable facts, just sort of Chess.com lied in the Chess.com report. I've never cheated over the board. There's no evidence of that. I've just showed how good I am. I don't understand how you can't reach the conclusion that Chess.com, Magnus, Hikaru, and the entire Chess.com streamers all colluded to destroy my life. Not because they believed I was a cheater, but because they had a financial vested interest with each other. And some people exerted their power in ways, and Danya, in reality, you've experienced ways that Chess.com has abused their power. We all remember Chess Bay and Hikaru and all these things. You've written your manifestos. You understand how ridiculous the chess world is, and how Chess.com can abuse their power, and how people like me who fight up for truth. It's honestly funny, because in the entire time I've actually fought for the truth, while people have branded me as something. But in this entire time, I've stood by the truth. I've stood by principles, and I'm sure that in due time I'll be rewarded.
Well, I really appreciate your honesty. Obviously, I'm caught between a rock and a hard place. I've always tried to be honest with my thoughts regarding the Magnus incident against you in the Singfield Cup. And just one final question to tie it up. If you had the chance to have an on-air, and this is coming from me, I'm not put up to ask this question. If you could speak to Magnus on air, and let's say Danny, Magnus, and you had the chance to be on a call together and to have an honest conversation where all of the information was exposed, your perspective, Magnus's perspective, Chess.com perspective, would you be comfortable with such a call? Do you feel like you have nothing to hide to such a degree that you would be comfortable talking to both of them on air? And are you interested in improving your relationship, or do you feel like the abuses that they've committed against you will harm your stance toward Chess.com and Magnus for the rest of your life?
I'm gonna say this respectfully, Danya. I understand that you work for Chess.com, and I don't want you to lose your job. But
don't worry about me. Just speak your mind.
The unfortunate reality is that these people did such heinous things to me that honestly, I see them I see the relationship, and I see them as people. It's so irreconcilable that it is so beyond repair, because it was truly sick what they did. Imagine you are 19 years old and you have the greatest victory of your life, and you reach the top stage, and a multi-billion-dollar company, in combination with a company that's about to merge, and all the most powerful players accuse you of something you didn't do. And imagine it was impossible for you to prove your innocence, despite it being abundantly obvious. And imagine, Danya, like how you would feel if they continuously attacked you. So please think about it. Put yourself in my shoes and being a 19-year-old kid.
Accusing me of cheating right now.
Yes, but does that affect your life? Do you understand that I was literally branded as a cheater in all of the news when I didn't cheat? Do you understand all of this anal beads, all of this? Do you understand that I go outside and I have to live with this insane label of something that I didn't do? And do you understand when you have reporters calling, your family, trying to get the latest scoop on you? You have reporters calling friends from 13 years old to try and find something. It's impossible for someone to comprehend the insanity of what they unleashed upon me without experiencing it yourself. But what it makes me realize is that there are truly sick, evil people in the world, and that has given me the ultimate faith that I must defeat them. And I've defeated them on the chessboard. and I'm going to continue to defeat them on the chessboard. And these people their head is so far up their ass that they could not admit any fault. Like, what is Chess.com going to say? Oh yeah, we lied in our Chess.com report. Are they going to admit that ever? That would, come on. Or like, they went so far and they lied so much that there's simply no way to even like talk, right? There's not even way. How do you even speak to someone who like just lies, blatantly lies, and then just uses all of their like resources and money and power to just destroy your life? Like, there's no discussion to be had.
That's fair enough. I mean, just to be clear, Hans, I'm speaking the truth when I say that I'm not on the anti-cheating team and I have zero insight into the algorithm, just like I was not responsible for the VSU ban and did not initiate that. So
well, that's another great thing, because I don't know.
Yeah.
The thing is that, like, why was he banned? I really would love to know. I don't understand.
Well,
I would love for, Danya, I have an offer for you. I will sponsor a match of you against Brandon Jacobson, and if you beat him in an over-the-board match under any circumstances,
with A4 Rook A3 on every game?
Charity. Sorry?
With A4 Rook A3 every game?
Okay, to recreate that with your preparation is impossible. But you can.
I haven't looked at the line for more than 5 minutes, Hans. I think the issue was not the fact that.
No. I saw the games you played. You looked at the line. But the thing is, Danya, is that Brandon, as you just saw, beat Pragnanta. And I'm sorry, Brandon's a very, very strong player. And I simply have no faith.
That's the first thing I conceded. I mean, I don't think any honest person is arguing that he's an absolute beast. And whether or not he cheated against me, I wish him and you, of course, the best in his chess career. But surely, A4 Rook A3 is a slight complicating factor in any match. But I don't want to change topics, and I want to let you sleep. Go ahead.
Go to conditions that would let you test his strength under any circumstance, and I will sponsor and organize it. And if it is unsatisfactory based on the terms we agree, I will donate $10,000 to charity. Because instead of him being banned and Chess.com not replying to his emails for months, why don't we organize a match just like Jocelyn and Hikaru did and settle things on the chessboard? Let's not just ignore people and ban them and not actually discuss things. So I will donate 10 grand to charity of your choice. We can agree on the terms, and you can see Brandon's level. We can play 500 games. We can play 100 games, 200 games. Why don't we go over the board? You can even do it on the computer. But you can do any experiment you'd like. Any experiment you'd like.
But Brandon's strength is not disputed by anybody other than haters, and I object to them just as strongly, whether he cheated or not. Surely, as a serious player, Hans, you can understand that starting a game with a -3 position and winning a match by 30 at least is grounds for discussion. Winning 30? A regular match.
No, I think it's grounds for discussion. But I watched the game. I looked at the games, Danya, and they were really nothing that impressive. And we are all victims of tilt. And I really think that the due process of Chess.com, and I'm speaking of my experience, I was banned on September 5th or whatever it was, and Chess.com has not given a reason. They've not said we banned him because of this instance or that instance. They banned me during a merger at this time. So like, to me, I don't understand how you can take Chess.com seriously in any respect when they just blatantly lie in the Chess.com report. And like, it's just like the Chess.com report is probably the most embarrassing. Okay, one more thing, just to put the nail in the coffin. In the report, they quote Ken Reagan. It's just in the report, Ken Reagan is quoted, and he literally disagrees with what they wrote. Like, the report says that Ken Reagan says maybe like 40 or 50 games. They accuse me of more than 100 games. And then they include Reagan's thing, which disagrees with them, and then somehow uses that as evidence. Like, I don't understand like how that makes any sense. Like, how you're citing someone who blatantly disagrees with you, and they didn't even have. And of course, they released the Chess.com report the day before the U.S. Championship, hoping that the U.S. Championship would kick me out of the tournament. So, if you want to go there, we can go there, of all the different tactics and things that are being done. Or why am I not playing in the St. Louis Chess Club? Why is the St. Louis Chess Club not inviting me to a single tournament? I wonder why Hikaru is pressuring the St. Louis Chess Club to not invite me to a single tournament. Why has the St. Louis Chess Club not responded to my emails ever since I single cup. I played the Fall Chess Classic, and I played the U.S. Championship. And since then, not a single invitation came. Emails weren't replied to. Suddenly, all this happened. So, listen, I'm sorry. The whole chess world is in collusion, in coordination, and someone sort of needs to wake up and realize what's happening.
Well, I think it's getting late for you. I really appreciate your honesty. To be clear, I might take you up on the match with Brandon, and I have no ill will toward him. Also, I wasn't the only person that got crushed by the new opening. I'm looking forward to the course, though. And one last question, Hans, just to soften the atmosphere. Again, I really appreciate your honesty. I think there's a lot of questions that will hopefully get more clarity in the coming days and weeks. Your match against Anish Giri, you're leading it by 3. That match continues tomorrow. Can you very quickly summarize how many more days are left in the match and the Hans Niemann versus the World Tour in general?
Yeah, so my website, gmhans.com, is sort of sponsoring the tour. And as I've mentioned, with the lack of invitations, I decided to challenge the players myself. So thankfully, I have some sponsors on my website, which is supporting that endeavor. And there are 4 more days left. We have 3 days of double round classical. We finish with 6 rapid games. After that, I'll be playing a match in London against Vitugov. So if you want to come watch the match, there are tickets. Anyways, also in Paris at Blitz Society, which is a chess bar. So you can come watch in Utrecht. The tickets are free here. But basically, it's sort of, I'm plus 3 points. A classical game is 3, rapid 2, Blitz 1. So it's sort of like a equivalent, like a 1-game classical lead. So yeah, I have a game in 8.5 hours. Looking forward to it. Hoping to continue to challenge even better players with this series. You should check it out on my Twitch. There'll be commentary. And go to my website, gmhans.com. It's much better than Chess.com.
Well, I'm looking forward to that match. Hans, I'll see you in Paris in person, I think for the first time since our game at the Mechanics Institute.
Well, I'll make sure Brandon is there. Don't worry.
All right. Let's decide everything over the board. I'm down for some Blitz matches, but best of luck to you, Hans. Get some sleep. Thanks for sharing your honest thoughts. And of course, congratulations on your win against Wesley.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, David, that was quite the interview. I really don't know what to say. Obviously, my job was to get Hans to share his position. I think that, this was as good of a chance as any. But the fact remains, this is the Speed Chess Championship. Our job, in our job description, is to commentate the games. And the games gave us plenty of entertainment. So did the interview. But the games were very impressive. And Hans Niemann is on to Paris. That's the conclusion from the match.
Yeah, Danya, I must say it was riveting stuff. No matter what viewers think of Hans, he's always honest, at least. He's always sharing his thoughts. And I thought you did a great job of giving him kind of a platform to air his views. And yeah, I don't know what was more intense, that interview or the games themselves. A lot to unpack in both on and off the chessboard there. Either way, we're going to find out in Paris. We're going to find out a lot in Paris. And it's going to be fascinating to see how Hans gets on.
Just to kind of cap off the interview and my honest stance, I appreciate your kind words, David. I was doing my best. Obviously, I've always tried to be as fair to Hans as possible. I've known him since he was 7 or 8 years old. He lives in the Bay Area at the time. I've never held out any kind of vendetta. And we're all chess players and GMs. Our allegiance is to the game of chess. And just like we try to find the truth on the board, the most important thing is the truth off the board. And as much as I respectfully disagree with Hans, I think Chess.com is and has been doing good for chess. I still appreciate his honest take, and I don't have a lot of knowledge of all the facts, and so hopefully the truth will eventually come out. But there's no question that anybody who thinks Hans is playing suspiciously online or offline has no leg to stand on, at least in the last year. Hans is proving himself over the board. He's over 2,700, and he's making a big statement in the SCC. But his next match, David, and I'll give you the final thoughts, will be perhaps his most difficult Rapid and Blitz match that he's ever played. Magnus Carlsen, I know, will be fired up to prove his worth. But he'll have to do it against Arjun before he can get to Paris and do it against Hans.
That's right, Danya. We have so much to look forward to. The past is one thing, but the future is exciting. It is Magnus Carlsen against Arjun Erigaisi tomorrow in the quarterfinals of the Speed Chess Championship. And the day after, on Friday, it's Hikaru Nakamura against Jan Nepomniachtchi. 4 of the world's best players, simply 4 of the world's top 10. So much to look forward to, and we will be finding out the two semi-finalists who will be joining Hans Niemann and Alireza Firouzja in Paris. It's been a lot of pleasure, Dania, commentating with you. I don't think anyone can ever accuse you of being unbiased or unfair. I think you're the voice of reason in the chess world a lot of time, and
I appreciate
it's been a lot of fun.
Live and learn. Thanks, folks. The Speed Chess Championship continues tomorrow. David, you've been such a pleasure to commentate with, and really appreciate just all of your contributions to chess on the board. You won the British Championship, and now an excellent person to spend these last couple hours with. Hans Niemann advances, and the SCC continues. David, what a day.
What a day it's been, and Danny Wrench and Robert Hess will be taking you through that match with Magnus Carlsen against Arjun Erigaisi tomorrow. So goodbye for now from David Howell and Daniel Naroditsky, and hopefully see you soon with more Speed Chess Championship.